Good chat. Ladies and gentlemen, wonderful good morning. Let's push ourselves today. 115 PID is the goal. Still, same goal as yesterday. Yesterday, we kicked out a 113 and we kicked out a 114. And we actually did a 115, but we didn't do it in the time limit. So that was a bit of a bummer. And we need to upgrade. 1, 2, 3. And we need to re-upgrade this piece 4 more times to probably get attack speed hit. Because I didn't get an attack speed hit on this ring, and it's making me, I'm losing my hair at this point. What I noticed though is I've been farming tier 100s of the PID, but I'm stupid. Why am I doing this? Tier 100s are super easy, don't get me wrong. But if I'm farming at tier 99, I'm literally getting 1 iron less, but at tier 99 still, from a time perspective, has vastly less HP than a tier 100. You just stay in Helltide with the Helltide bug until 100. No, you don't actually use the Helltide bug at all. I mean, at least I don't use it because I'm not a fan of you know, of using bugs, especially as a content creator. I mean, obviously, am I using currently the aphotic aspect? Yes, but I'm not using it for the cooldown reduction. I'm using it for the shadow damage plus because I need that for my build. Right? So some bugs cannot be avoided because they're kind of like, they're just in the game. And either you just completely abandon playing an aspect that actually is part of your build or not. But actively using something like the Helltide bug as a creator, it's a bad look. I feel like that's what I'm saying about a tier 99. Tier 9, oh god, my movement speed is so insane with these boots. I forget how much movement speed we had. So yeah, no Helltide bug for me. And we're going to farm at least, I think we're going to be like 2-3 hours probably pushing through PID 99s right now to get our gear upgraded. And today should be the last day of the max roll PID leaderboard thingy. So we're going to push it. We're probably going to go onto the trading websites and spend some money to buy ourselves like an insane piece of gear or something in that direction. Come on, beat them up, skeletons. I want to see your damage. Yeah, millions. Is there an updated planner with a Gravekeeper? Yes, there is. The updated Gravekeeper planner is out already. Mr. Tryhard, good to see there. The full guide is created with the full explanation and everything. And also we included another part for the billion damage rotation because people are still confused about how to do the billion damage rotation. Oh god, I have lags. I have lags in the PID. That has been happening since yesterday. I'm not sure what it is. Is any one of you having the same issue? Because this has been an ongoing thing that every now and then I get oh shit, that was so sure to happen. Every now and then I get lags in like the PID and it's horrible. 12:45 late start today. We had to get the passports for our children. They now have their official ID cards so they can travel inside of the EU. And for that, like, obviously both parents have to go to the city council. No, it can't, like, not one parent can go. No. Both parents have to go together and sign the papers together. Would be crazy if one parent could go. No, if you want a passport for your children, both have to essentially take a day of vacation from their jobs. I mean, we're self-employed, right? I just start working later, but I'm always thinking about what do normal people do? Normies, muggles. You know, the people that are not wizards. What do they do? Like you essentially have to take a day vacation off for this or what? Right? That's always what I'm thinking. Like I can handle. Like, you know, for me it's just a later start into the day. Well, what do you do? Like you all yours online. Online. Where do you live? Not in Germany, that's for sure. I mean, seriously, where do you live? Online. You joker. Not in our third world country known as Germany. Are you German? Yes, I'm German. Ah, I knew that would happen. I'm so bad. UK. Yeah. I mean, like we can be happy when our city council has internet, right? So not one parent can take the kids and flee the country. Krister, I'm totally with you. Like, there's probably good ample reason why this is happening. But again, like, it's kind of, I don't know. forcing both parents to be there, you know, like as always, gotta take like each gotta take a day vacation out of their job or something like that, right? To essentially just get a standard document. You can't even get it per mail, right? You can't do it online. You gotta do everything there in person. Yeah, I think farming 99s might be the vibe here. I mean, we can do the 100s. That's not the point. It's just makes no sense to farm the 100s again when 99 is just having substantially less HP. By the way, I tempered another stagger temper, Chad. I got all the stagger tempers now everywhere. God, she's just being eaten. Come on, before Lilith comes. Let's end this quickly. And close to my lads. Thank you very much. We're not really getting good items from the pit as of late. Which has me a bit sad. Okay, we need more ovals. 100 pluses for bragging rights and not for pushing your limits. Especially because 99 just makes so much more sense, right? Because 99 is 100, but in 10 times easier. Just for farming purpose. I mean, with my rogue, I mostly farm 90s. Not a single item. And we're still looking for a maximum resource helmet. So what I'm currently as well looking at is if I could be getting something with maximum resource. What's the best way to try and farm better gear at level 100? Helltides. You go into the Helltide and you kill the Lady of the Helltide 20 times in a row. Right? White Art, you're farming 110s. I would farm with my rogue probably everything like 110 too. As I get better gear or my gear master worked up. But that's more in the nature of the rogue, if I'm honest with you. Right? Because it's just more fun too. The Necro is like a bit simple gameplay. The way how it plays in the pit. While other classes are more beautiful. Thanks for the rogue build. I made one 4 days ago. Didn't kill Lilith yet, but other tormented bosses died. Lilith is still like, you have to understand how Lilith works, and you have to get your stagger up. So generally big advice against Lilith is always having a good amount of stagger, because you do want to in phase 2 optimally stagger her one single time to have like a damage phase going on, right? Without that stagger, you might sometimes not be having the damage phase. That can feel iffy, especially with minions, as you're like sometimes just waiting for your windows of opportunity, right? So yeah, stagger. Stagger is king. Did her attack just vanish? Oh, yeah. Should I play D4 at this point? Yes. I mean, if you quit in the middle of season 1, you have missed a lot of quality of life updates. Like seriously, that I can only highly recommend giving it a try. And if you don't like it, then just stay away. Like, you know. So I would sincerely give it a try right now because it is truly in a good state. But if you, after giving it a try, still say it ain't for you, then that's it. The game won't change much anymore. I mean, we literally get a complete rework at the game at this point, right? There will obviously be some changes to the temper system after this season. So we will probably get more temper durability or something. So things will happen, right? But the system with the tempering and master working is going to stay, right? We didn't make a whole season of like, you know, we're going to refine it, right? It's going to get improved. But this is the base system we're rocking now, correct? It's not going anywhere. If you don't like tempering and master working, then you better find a different Diablo to play. So this is a bit of harsh reality, right? Whee! Ah, beautiful. I have to say, one skill I've been thinking about swapping is my Blood Mist over to Blood Mist crit chance, just to experience that. I think we're gonna do that today because I wanted to truly see how that feels. I came from season 1 and I must have 100 in the last week and having hella fun. And the best part is next week, or this week actually, in 4 days, you can get a 100 even faster, right? I mean, if you're truly interested in getting another 100, I think it's like possible to probably get one in like even for the normal person in only a couple of hours, because we're getting another XP multiplier, which is incredible. Kind of actually wait for giving that a try. I mean, we're either going to be leveling a druid or we're going to level a sword. We're not going to level a barbarian. I mean, it would be funny to start making content on the most broken class in the game, right? Just to finally be broken too. But then I'm just one of them, right? And I'm just an abuser. Where's my last shred of gaming honor left? Ow! Hit, no! Ah, pain! Leave me alone! That was quick. See, when I don't die, we're actually going through relatively quick. I've never hit 100 in PoE. Well, you're not supposed to hit 100 in PoE, right? I mean, that sounds so wrong, but like it's not like in Diablo where you're actually supposed to hit max level and have fun, right? In PoE, you're supposed to get somewhere in the direction of max level, but you're never actually supposed to hit it as the normie, right? Like, it's supposed to be like, I mean, the game is made to have this like unobtainable goal kind of where like only the truly super hardcore people are able to reach the maximum limits. Oh god, that's bullshit. I saw the double wind explode because it's like intentionally made harder, right? As you're going upwards and then you're dying and you're getting the minus XP. And like my main gripe with PoE and games that have this system is that until level 90, that the XP from level 90 to 100 is like the same as like when you're essentially going to 90. And that's like just a system designed to make me feel bad because right, I just know that at that point things are going to get substantially slowed down. But why? You know, why am I being punished for existing, for being essentially that level? I know why it is this way still, though. It has never sit right with me. Yeah, 0 to 99 is the same as 99 to 100, exactly. And like the whole system, like last Epoch had that too, right? You get level 90, and then it just gets substantially harder to go up. And I have to personally say, not for me. Like, I play PoE until level 90, I play last Epoch until level 90, and then I'm just done, right? I'm not going to be like, yes, now we're grinding as hard as possible to make these last levels. As for, yeah, I've you know, thank you very much. I've gotten to this point. I'm good. I appreciate it, but I'm fucking done now. Thank you. What's your crit damage on your golem? You mean my crit damage in general? It's only plus 600%. It's relatively low. We have over 50% crit chance though on our minions, which is definitely needed. And that's where we also do think about doing this, because we do blood mist quite a lot, right? And our blood mist currently gives us crit chance. It's quite a nice thingy because we do have enough corpses always. So why would we not boost the crit chance of our minions? Right? 10% more is 10% more. It's a bigger chance for our golem to hit. And as always, we're using blood mist to avoid damage. And as soon as I'm coming out of blood mist, I have 4 seconds long more crit. As always, DPS. It's a simple question of how do I increase the DPS? And if my minions have a 10%, like now I came out, right? 10% higher crit chance. I'm going in again. 10% higher crit chance. Why not? All my minions just have a chance to do more damage. Oh, that stupid corpse bow from the side. Right, go in with a blood mist. Don't make corpses anymore because that's like the thing, right? We're not making corpses anymore, but yet we have the golem making corpses. We have our minions coming in with the corpses. You are totally going to smash this thingy here into pieces. First thing you do. And if there are corpses, we can explode them with our corpse explosion blood mist. So I don't need to. Jesus. I don't need to make more corpses. I'm like, we have enough. And we have enough to explode. But the more crit chance is actually helping us. That corpse bow is following us. See, like right now I'm running in with Army of the Dead. And I instantly have corpses from Army of the Dead, right? And then we're reducing the cooldown again. And we're going to have it back up again. Very quick. So I can walk with it in again. There's my next corpse, army, and I could go explode them now. And again, we're getting the 10% crit chance, right? So I go on with a blood mist. So that kind of works, interestingly enough, right? If you've done all the renown things, do you have to reset? No. Once renown done, it's done. Once altars of Lilith done, it's done. You never have to do it again. Like, they already forced us to do that one time, and they learned from their mistakes. Luckily, be very glad, guys. We fought for this tooth and nail because Blizzard was nice. No. Renown is a great experience, and you know what? Altars of Lilith too. Everyone likes to do Altars of Lilith another time every single season. Whew. We fought for you, okay? You have 4k damage. We have 5k. 4.8. Sorry, I lied. We're working on the 5k. Sorry, we're a failure. Keep in mind that you should only look at your golem damage outside of the town because your golem damage multiplies up with combat things that are only visible outside of town. So your actual golem damage, like that you see inside of town, is not your real golem damage. That one gets multiplied up by some magnitude. So yeah, don't like look in town. That's what I'm trying to say. Don't believe the numbers, Mason. I don't even know where that reference is from, man. I'm doing it, but I don't even know the reference. Who's Mason and why are there numbers? And what show is it? I just have to like keep pretending at this point that I know what it's all about. Or did you just, yeah, the golem just goes around and eats everything. Is there a Holy Bolt in there? No, we don't do Holy Bolt. I mean, Holy Bolt is, you can use Holy Bolt for farming, but it does only, honestly, at this point, it would only make me marginally faster for the lower pits. And I don't find Holy Bolt gameplay for the pit, like, engaging and fun. I prefer to do things by my own power. Set the man using minions to do damage, right? It's from a small minor game called Black Ops. Yeah, I never played Black Ops. I mean, you know, you expect that people actually play shooter games. I don't play shooter games. I never played a shooter. So when I started playing PUBG back in the days, right, when PUBG was released, I hadn't played a shooter in 20 years. Okay? It was like Hearthstone, World of Warcraft, Warcraft 3, Dota 1, all that kind of stuff. Like, essentially, since Warcraft 3 was out, I haven't played a shooter. Right? I've been busy with like quality good games. And then PUBG came out and it was like, oh yeah, I mean, maybe we should start playing a shooter again. I was like, oh, how do I aim? Yeah. Crazy. What is the best way to farm good affix? Helltide. What do you do to level from 80 to 100? Nightmare dungeons. And the reason for that is while you're leveling from 80 to 100, you really want to get your glyphs up to level 21 because your glyphs in 21 are the biggest free damage boost you can actually get. There's no bigger free damage boost. Okay, I kind of want to masterwork my chest, the final piece, because I'm not going to do it again. Okay, chat, I will, no matter what the outcome here is, it's the final level, because, yeah, I just can't be asked. I mean, if it hits Golem Mastery, I'd hit Barrier Generation. I hate life right now. That's the worst in existence. Someone shoot me.
I'm not ready yet.
Whew. Whew. That's horrible times 10. That's not even bad. That's like horrible times 10. By the way, again, for upgrading, chat, if I want to get this to +6, I would have to hit the next upgrade. So you have to hit 2 times the 25%, 2 times the masterwork to get it upgraded. This is like a list from Voodoo. Oh God, what did I click on? I clicked on adverts. Where am I? I clicked on adverts. I need to go back to the list. So yeah, I have that list. I'm trying to open the list again, and it like you literally have to hit it twice. There, I found it. There we are, back again. Good, we found it, and you have to hit it like 2 times to get it up to +6. Else it's gonna stay at +5. You get a +5 Hellbound Commander. I'm at +5 too, and that's it. I got Golem damage hit twice, so I'm happy, right? What is more important, leveling your crit damage or your Golem crit damage? There's no Golem crit damage. I mean, you want your Golem damage as high as possible because your Golem damage multiplies upwards. So since your Golem gets multiplicative more damage with so many Paragon nodes and so many things, you want to get Golem damage as high as possible. And then because your Golem doing more damage then leads to the Golem multiplying itself. Okay, so the Golem multiplies itself because he likes to play with himself. And then after the Golem multiplied itself, right, it is also able to crit, which then also gets multiplied upwards. But the beginning multiplier is more opportune if you essentially like have the Golem just multiply itself upwards and onwards. So yeah, that's why I'm also going to re-roll my gloves, because my gloves have critical strike damage hit twice and critical strike chance, which is nice. The problem is, though, it didn't hit Skeleton Mage Mastery a single time. And I'm at least trying to get +1 in ranks on everything, like +1 bonus ranks. So I will have to reset my gloves to essentially do it another time, even though it hurts me because it's so many materials invested there. Because I really, really want to hit the mages, since that would just be another multiplier. And like the mages are part of my DPS. And if I could get the mage DPS further up, it would make sense. For 100% crit chance, you have to consider crit chance for minions. No, if you have 100% crit, your minions have 100% crit. But also 100% crit chance seems not advisable. I mean, 70-80 is probably good. I'm currently sitting at, I think, 55. I would like to have it higher, but I can't get crit chance on my rings for the love of God. I feel like I stood more than far enough away from that. So I can't find crit chance on my rings. You probably want to turn off trade chat. Nah, free adverts, brother. Gotta help those poor gold sellers make their money. But you can also report them there, by the way, getting banned. It's a very fun experience, chat. So you do get a message if your report is successful and the person you reported has received any kind of penalty. You do actually get a message. If there's a better aspect than the last bonus bracket for Cult Leader. What? You gotta rephrase that, because I'm not sure what bonus bracket for Cult Leader you're talking about. Language barrier. Goodness Christ, you're being pummeled. Poor lads. Come on, one hit him too. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. You're gonna keep doing it, absolutely. I mean, you can't get rid of gold sellers. The only thing you can do is, well, not buy gold. You know? Don't support the industry. Farm your own gold. Even though it's atrocious and annoying. And Blizzard really did a poor job this season. I hope they fix it next season because it's actually a true problem. A true problem that could be fixed so easy by just putting more whispers in. Like seriously, it's like one of these self-created problems because if they just put more whispers into the Helltide, that's it, done, problem solved. They want us to do Helltides and they didn't put any whispers in the Helltide this season. Hello? Just put more whispers in. Done. Non-issue. And everyone is rich. And again, not everyone needs to be rich, but at least, you know, some money. Please? So I've nearly fully mastered the perfect Summoner build. I was wondering if using Reapers who shed corpses would be good for Fortify over cooldown. The Reapers that shed corpses are already cooldown reductioning too, Winston. They're bugged. They do both. It's kind of, you're kind of like forced to play the Corpse Reapers because they do both corpses and cooldown reduction. That being said, your actual source of Fortify is not your Reapers. It's Army of the Dead. But you literally fortify over Army of the Dead. The amount of Fortify one Army of the Dead cast gives you is incredible. Just in case you didn't know this, but that's how we're essentially fortifying the whole time. There are tons of Bisc gear for some builds just sitting in someone's stash. Yeah, absolutely. I'm fully with you. There is tons of Bisc gear just lying around, and especially there's tons of gear lying around where people just don't know that it's good. They're like, this is probably an interesting item, and they're like, no, sir, this is like an absolute incredible killer item. It's not an interesting item. You've literally found like the super item, and it's just sitting there not being used. Now, which one are we getting? Yeah, I was just trying to kill him before that Lilith goes off, because why not? We're gonna find the Bloodlands build. The Blood Wave build, Sam, we have uploaded. There's a whole video on the Shadow Blood Wave build. On the Bloodlands build, we haven't done a planner because it was just okay. I mean, you can watch the live stream we did on it, and you could then recreate the build because we've done it essentially live, right? I'm trying to push my Thorns 130. I want to push 115 and then 120 today. Very, very relaxed. I'm still hoping to get better rings. I mean, again, I can also reroll some stats on my rings, right? But right now, like this ring that I'm not a fan of, I could reroll the intelligence into critical strike chance, preferable. But I don't seem to be able to get that, right? I've tried, but my intelligence just keeps rerolling into intelligence and other shit. So it's kind of like, blah. But I could take critical strike damage. At least.
I need more time.
Not sure if I'm actually going to replace that ring. I've most likely sold or trashed many good items just for the gold that needs to upgrade my crappy gear. Yes. If you're making a druid, what build are you going for? Most likely auto attack build. Because the auto attack builds are cute. I mean, I do like Pulverize, but I do accept that this season Pulverize might not be it. Simply because it is what it is. You know? I do love Pulverize, and it's one of my favorite builds to play because it just has such a nice ease of use on the druid that makes me always happy. Like you go around, it's like beer, Pulverize, 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 Pulverize. Especially pulverize hitting like the goddamn whole screen. It's like pulverize, more pulverize, screen hitting pulverize. Have I said pulverize yet? Pulverize. I'm a big fan. And I know it works, don't get me wrong, but it's like working and working are two different things, right? Windshare is the highest pit at the moment. Yeah, but who could, like, you know, as long as you can do a tier 100, that's it. Like, the goal is always be able to do a tier 100 because that's where most people are going to stop. And not because they don't have the gear, it's because they're lacking the skills. Because after 100, it kind of gets rough, right? The boss fights are getting incredibly longer. You have to focus longer times. You have to not do mistakes. You have to really consistently, continuously avoid enemy attacks. I think the biggest problem is the length of the boss fights, because if you're having a boss fight that just lasts 5 minutes, most people are just going to be like, oh no, I can't do a single mistake in 5 minutes. Well, that kind of stinks. But if you played Elden Ring before and you get to like focus for 5 minutes on a boss fight, you're like, so what, right? My bread and butter. I've done 15-minute long boss fights. You're allowed maybe 2 mistakes in those 15 minutes, right? Diablo players are not used to that for some reason, which I can understand why a lot of people complain about the pit, essentially, because they're like, you know, if I wanted to play Elden Ring, I would. I can understand. It's a valid critique point. That being said, what would the pit be without these boss echoes, correct? I mean, without the boss echoes, the pit would just be sad. So something needs to be there. It can't just, you know, that can't just be it. That we could argue about, like, maybe we don't need one hits. Maybe the one hits should instead be something like, I mean, the tormented boss stacks that are happening, for example. That one hits can only reduce your life to like 5% or something. That you can't get one hit, because one hits just always feel bad. They take any agency away, and you'll just never be able to happy to get one hit, right? Especially when you half of the time don't even understand what happened. There is a lot of demons here, but you're all going to die. Movement speed. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, ow. You don't have problems with the boss fight lengths with the ability of effects. Yes, I mean, that is a problem, especially when you're making your own effects on the ground. The overall visibility is low. The problem is I'm not sure how to make the visibility higher, because often it's like just simply mobs standing on it. I mean, if you kill one of the snakes or one of the demons, and then there is like a damage after death effect, like right, you're getting the poison ground or whatever, and you simply don't see it because the mob is just too big. And you're like, so how was I supposed to avoid this now when I can't even see that happening? Any druid build can reach pit. I mean, to be fair, most builds, and I made some really weird blood builds this season, can at least reach pit 61. So pit 61 can be gotten by, like, can be reached by anyone. The question rather is how complicated will it be to get there, right? So how much gear investment do you actually need to reach a 61? Because that's the thing with Golemancer, you're a fresh 100 character, right? A fresh 100 with complete 925 gear, which is easy, obviously. Then you get your glyphs up and you could reach a 61 without anything.
I'm not ready yet.
What the hell is resetting your ulti so fast? That is the aphotic aspect. The aphotic aspect is making my shadow, my warriors be shadow minions too. And these shadow minions have a stun effect. That stun effect that they do has a 100% lucky hit chance. That the stun has a 100 luck hit chance is not intended. And it is a feature at this point. Because the problem is that the aphotic aspect is not only, I mean, it's not being needed for the cooldown reduction. You want the aphotic aspect simply to provide you with, oh shit. With bonus shadow damage, because the bonus shadow damage that you're getting allows you to trigger the Shadow Black Key passive faster. That's why I'm personally playing the aphotic. That it now also provides you with an insane amount of cooldown reduction is kind of like a bonus. But that's the thing, right? What you gonna do now? Ignore it? Fun fact, if Holy Bolt gets nerfed mid-season patch, Necro will be the second weakest class after Druid. You do know that Nicholas Necromancer without Holy Bolt is doing better than Druid, right? I mean, your fun fact is like, I know nothing. You know, I'm just being a weirdo for no reason. But fun fact, who cares about a Holy Bolt nerf? You know? I think everyone is just enjoying the pit as much as they want to. And there are people that enjoy using Holy Bolt, and there are people that don't enjoy using Holy Bolt. That's it. You know? Done. And what you do with your internal power rankings in your head and that brings you happiness, I don't know. Like, I guess congrats. But yeah. Windshield Druid is goated. I found it looked a bit boring to play. So you were standing there unloading wind shear, and I didn't see what the other skills were doing. So I know you're playing the roar for damage reduction on the enemies, and I think you're playing another roar to heal yourself. But I kind of missed like what the other supportive skills are doing in that build, and oh god, there was way too much energy damage. And I will have to look that up to kind of see if wind shear is for me, or I'm just going to make an overpowered druid because I can. I have seen a companion druid, but I found it rather sad. That's the problem. Seen a companion druid, and what I have seen was kind of like, that's rough. I'm sorry for my fellow companion druids. I mean, you're even more shafted than us necros, it seems. And you can even turn your wolves into werewolves, right? Greetings, Freak. How are you doing? Hope you're well. Stopping in for a small fix before I get a chance to home and jump online. Howdy, howdy. I hope you're not stuck too long at work. When we get at 1:22 p.m. We started the stream a bit late because we had to pick up the children passports. So that means we're going to stream a bit longer for the people that usually join around this time. I mean, technically, we would only be online for another like 2 hours at this point, but on the contrary, we're actually online for longer. Ow, out of my way. Doing well, grinding Diablo. It's fun. This season is truly marvelous because you have something you can aspire to do. I mean, realistically, I know how good my build is, and I'm only being held back by gear at this point to a degree. But I can influence that, right? So I have it in my hand. I can farm for better gear, and the farm is actually not boring. Especially since I can do the farm also with my rogue. So if I don't want to farm with the Necro, for example, I can actually do the farm with my rogue. So whatever class I have, I can get materials with it, right? Which is kind of cool. And then I could upgrade my Necro even further, right? And oh, I don't know. And then I could upgrade my Necro even further, masterwork it up, and continue diving deeper into the pit. And I guess you have even more fun if you don't care about diving in the pit, right? If you just care about, can I clear like a pit 80? Can I clear a pit 61? Like that kind of round. The build variety is nigh high. You can even play Bone Spear Necromancer. I mean, hell, we could clear tier 100 with a freaking Blood Wave Necro. That, like, we made a Necro this season that's using Blood Wave, chat. Blood Wave as their core skill. And guess what? We cleared a tier 90 with that. And with better gear, we would be able to clear tier 100 with a Blood Wave Necro. It's only using Blood Wave. Only Blood Wave, nothing else. It was so cool. My favorite Necro this season so far. Partially because it's actually good, partially because it's like so dumbass that it works. Just has me amused to the max. Oh, I remember why I was not using these boots again. I remember why I was not using these boots again. Because these were my non-triple evade boots. I remember.
I'm not ready yet.
Why I hated these boots. Ah! Jesus. Okay, I should have not gone in there like this. I'm not trying to push over 80s right now. I mean, 80s is like the sweet break point where you can play without having to fear much in the one-hit department. Wait, you didn't die? You were at 1 HP. That's weird. So yeah, 80s is like kind of the point where you can really play without caring much about weird one-hits and shit like that. It's rather surprising how interesting it is at that stage. Whereas afterwards, it really like begins with the, you know, you gotta have at least 40,000 live. You gotta be getting like, you gotta have your glyphs up and whatever. 80s are quite chill. I don't think my rogue could even die in an 80. I mean, like when I play 90s and 100s with the rogue currently with the gear it has, it's mostly safe even if I'm dive bombing elites just like crazy, correct? Whereas if I'm doing 90s to 100s, there's always the danger to maybe die if you're not being careful. One-shotting everything is always brilliant. So you're leveling a Bone Spear Necro with Harlequin and Starless Skies. Well, that seems illegal. That seems like you're probably gonna get locked up at some point for absolutely legal gameplay. I need to put myself in a position where I can actually see his attacks, because if I put myself in a position where I can't see his attacks, what's gonna happen is that he's gonna do his stupid shadow bolts, and I'm literally going to walk into them because I couldn't see them. Right? Especially when he does like the Shadow Bolt barrage. He does like tons of damage. Could you just annihilate him quickly? Thank you very much. I finally get a great. I still don't have a greater affix items. Jeez, they're being stingy today. I'm still rocking 3 and there's 5.0 already in the Raku. Slight improvements. When you get there, right? Finish your settings, especially with a 5th skill. Very simple. Gameplay, controls, and combine move interact basic skill. Mark that away, and then you can put a basic skill slot, a skill, and you can move down, move and interact on your left click. Because now I move and interact, and on 5 I cast a skill. One of my favorite things to do. Okay, we wanted to reset the glove. But do I want to reset the glove first, or do I want to finish the helmet first? Because I'm happy with my helmet, right? The helmet I won't do anything with. No matter what the 12 masterwork is. I mean, if it hits warrior mastery, that's nice. But no matter what that one is, that item will be done. Right? Fully done. So I guess we're gonna make the helmet done first. Made an ult to get the spark to craft Tyrael's chest. Get Shaco and Godfather for Torment Duriel. And yesterday ran 1 Duriel and the chest dropped. Feels like you get robbed. The good thing is though, you can still get a greater affix, right? Because if we get the helmet done, that could be another cooldown reduction, right? That could be another good max life push there. They're very happy with. Right? If I get the max life push good, if I hit Warrior Mastery another time, well then more DPS. I doubt I'll hit it. I'll probably get Curse Duration, Chan. We all know what's going to happen, right? We're gonna hit Curse Duration. There's like no questions asked. Obviously, we're going to be hitting Curse Duration. About RNG of barrier regeneration before. Well, the good thing is that obviously the pity mechanic totally exists and it's not pure copium. And since I, as you say, already got barrier generation, my next roll will be perfect because the pity mechanic exists, obviously, Chan. And like, if you actually subscribe to the Pony Off here with your Twitch Prime subscription, then you're way more likely to hit your tempers than without. And if that ain't the truth, then that's definitely a lie and a scam, and you're being scammed right now. And it's definitely a scam, and you just got scammed. But still, you could still use your Prime sub, but you definitely get scammed. I'll do it again. I don't regret a single thing. Oh God! Why am I running into poison explosions? Because of my bot, mostly. Surely. That being said, there should be a pity mechanic. I'm actually like really like how is there no pity mechanic, right? How is there none? How is that a thing? That's what always confuses me. Like the number one rule of systems that are wholly based on RNG in any game is create a pity mechanic of any sort. Because no pity mechanic is just pure punishment. I mean, even like every single game that has packs, aka like every single cart game, at this point, might it be mobile or PC, has a pity mechanic in some form. Because if you don't have one, people will just feel like they're being scammed, correct? Because their friend might pull 10 legendaries in 2 packs, 20 packs, while you pull like 1. And you're like, that's not fair. And it's not fair. But welcome to RNG heaven, right? I mean, I would prefer a pity mechanic over a temper reset, but again, my favorite solution currently is just give greater affix items more temper durability. So I would like to see that a temper, like a greater affix 3 item has 3 times the temper durability of a non-greater affix item. And the same kind of goes for greater affix 1 and 2. That would kind of, it wouldn't solve the problem. Also, I really don't know why you would be spawning me back here. So that wouldn't solve the problem, but it would at least make you be a greedy mother trucker if you're really failing 20 tempers. But you know, before we talk about temper pity thingies, how about we just enhance the amount of choices from 2 to 3, right? When it comes down to enchanting. Because right now when you're enchanting and when you're rolling for an affix, right? You get 2 choices to choose from. Hey, could we not change the enchanter to a triple roll? You know? So every roll is like 3 to choose from. That would highly likelier make you able to roll anything good and make it less frustrating. Because that's something I would rather see over a change to tempering at this point. Has been annoying like since day one, essentially. Right? Oh god, I'm noobing around at this point, am I? I should probably start focusing on the game. Oh, I should also start taking my potion. Oops. I'm wondering, why are we dying? Oh yeah, well the reason why we're dying is because I don't have the amount of life I should have.
I'm not ready yet.
Rolling for skills on amulets sucks ass. Well, the reason why rolling on skills on amulets sucks ass is because you're actually having a weighting going on when it comes down to rolling for things that is nowhere like you oh Jesus. You're being nowhere told that this exists. Right?
I need more time.
It's so much easier than PoE crafting. Yeah, but that isn't an argument. You know, being easier than a very convoluted crafting system that is made to be complicated. It's not a compliment. Right? But it's also great that Path of Exile, for example, has loot filters. But guess what? The game is essentially made to need loot filters, right? Because guess what would happen if Path of Exile didn't have loot filters? It would be horrible. That's also why Diablo doesn't need loot filters, because the game is at its heart concepted without loot filters in mind. And guess what? It's working without loot filters perfectly. When if anyone after Season 4 still says that he needs loot filters, then you're the problem, not the loot. Oh, we've been just playing very bad this one here. You love loot filter in D4. What for? You're barely getting any loot, and the loot you're getting, I mean, right now you disenchant everything that doesn't have a greater FX, and you're only taking greater FX items. When I don't see the issue. Like, I mean, I'm at the point in the game where I ignore everything that doesn't have a greater FX, and I'm completely ignorant to any piece of gear that's not rocking that. So, not sure what you want a loot filter for. You already have it. It's the greater FX thingy. See, these are the first two good loot pieces I see. The rest doesn't matter. The rest is just resources. That's int and poison resistance. Wow. Why don't I just start crying now? Yeah, you need to pick up everything because you need money. Exactly. You can't leave loot behind. You either need to sell it or you need to turn it into resources. Okay, let's trash that. And I'm just carrying this glove in case I ever want to do a bone spear build. Because this is a +3 bone spear. I actually probably have to kill my own bone spear gloves. And that's the bone spear attack speed. Oh, that's critical strike damage close. Intriguing. Greater affix checks its resistance. I'm disappointed. No, you're not. You're not disappointed. You're devastated. But if I get a greater resistance stat, I'm like, it's wow. I'm getting sick of all your stupid builds. It's fucking annoying. I'm sorry, Cool Cat, for making good builds. I'm sorry for hurting you with my existence that you could completely ignore, and you don't actually have to watch a single thing. So take my apologies, since I have done you wrong, and get the hell out of here and don't ever return. Happy Monday. I have many Uber uniques, but you can't fit them in any build. Well, the reason for that is that most Uber uniques are bad. I mean, and Dariel's Visage has one rogue build where it can work, and it's still like more a fun build. It's a good build, but yeah. Then you have Tyrael's Might, which does work into a minion Necromancer mage build. So does work in there. You have Ring of Starless Skies. There's like 2 or 3 Necro builds that make sense with it, but none of the good ones. You got Melted Heart of Selig, which has always been ass, apart from that one season where it was OP and got nerfed. Right? I mean, Melted Heart of Selig, the thing that was always ass, but apart from that one season where it was broken and get fixed straight away. Interesting. Good. Yeah, well, the only good uber unique kind of left is Grandfather, but the only reason to play Grandfather is because you want to see big numbers, right? I mean, like I got Grandfather one season so far, and I was like, cool, I don't need this at all, but big numbers go boom. Like, right? I can work this without Grandfather, but the big numbers go boom. Well, it was nice to have the HP. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Grandfather had a cool kid's advantage because it gave you like a ton of HP plus. But that was like the only reason why I kind of liked Grandfather, right? It was like, oh yeah, nice, like tons of HP bonus. Oh, please feed me. So that was cool. But now my weapon has already 4,000 HP bonus. And okay, chat, I guess we have to ban that weird cool kid person who got sad that we are making builds on YouTube that he doesn't, that's literally not forced to watch, but for some reason he was forced to come by in the live stream and share his opinion. In Germany, we call that schwierig, which means complicated, but it means so much more. It would be complicated. It would be translated as complicated, but it has way deeper meaning. Your resistance is maxed out. Yes. I mean, like, if you don't have your resistance maxed out, you might as well not even enter the pit. That being said, my rogue actually did do a pit 100 without resistances maxed out, but that's beyond the point. That's beyond the point. Shaco remains very usable. Yes, Shaco does remain a very usable uber, but people truly overestimate the damage reduction because they think like, oh, 20% damage reduction, that's godly, I need it. The answer is no, you don't. It's mostly not even working against the boss echoes and kind of useless. So yeah, it's like, it's okay. But I also do think a lot of people don't understand what kind of damage Shaco actually boosts. Because the amount of times you're being asked why you're not playing Shaco in a minion build, where it makes absolutely no sense in a minion build, right? Because nothing in a minion build actually gets boosted by Harlequin Crest. Like not a single thing. Like nothing. Yeah. Weird. I'm done. What should I prioritize in the build? I mean, perfect tempering, perfect stats, or the greater affix, everything. I mean, you need to get your plus skill ranks in Golem Mastery, right? And then you need to temper it, so you at least then you need to masterwork it, so you hit it a single time. I mean, again, for your gear, you definitely want the Golem damage tempering. If you're not getting the Golem damage tempering, you're missing out on Golem damage, essentially. Surprise, right? Isn't Turiel's godly? I mean, maybe for a barbarian. The thing is, even if you hit the resistance caps with Turiels, you can still die to elemental damage. I mean, like, you know, not everyone is a barb. Not for everyone damage reduction is that helpful. I mean, again, we tried to damage reduce our Necro with a certain build to like damage reduce it as hard as possible. And the outcome was that even with all the damage reduction as possible and all the resistances and everything, you're still kind of like, yeah. Yeah. It's the current golem damage 4.8k, which is not even that high. What's your opinion on people making rogues to temper CD for other classes? It's sad that you have to do it. It's good that it's an option, but why? Something like critical strike damage, vulnerable damage, overpowered damage, all these things should be basic tempers that everyone can do. simply because they are basic tempers. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, one more and we can do the final masterwork on the helmet. So yes, the thing is, again, temper system new, first time they're doing the temper system. So I would say, like, we just have to simply wait for them to do the basics that we think should be done, right? I almost ran into these dudes and got exploded on. So I guess that's going to be something that gets fixed, right? You're at like 3,500 right now. I mean, you might not have the triple paragon node taken. So I don't know if you've seen the new paragon board, but we are right now having three paragon nodes taken for damage in the golem board. Then we have our golem glyph at level 21, and we have it maxed out with 47 willpower in the paragon board as well. So that's a huge boost, right? But noticeably, we're also playing the Gravekeeper glyph in the golem board, and the Gravekeeper glyph in the golem board actually gives us another 65% bonus, and then that all kind of multiplies up. Also, your intelligence does play a role in your golem damage, because your intelligence does give you a flat all damage increase, and that flat all damage increase that you're getting goes over to your golem damage as well, and then multiplies that up. So intelligence does play a role to also boost the damage of your golem. So that's a direct influence there. We're currently sitting at 4,800. And we could boost this to, like the easiest way to boost my golem damage right now is the pieces that don't have a, like, for example, my weapon has a normal affix intelligence. If it had a greater affix intelligence, more golem damage. Simple as it is, right? So there is like so many things I can get better. My helmet does have max life that could be in if I wanted to, but max life is actually fine too. The warrior, like we could argue if it's better to have the 6 warrior mastery or if it would be better to have intelligence. Now, the problem is that we can't measure this. So more intelligence gives you more golem damage. Congratulations. But the warrior mastery gives you more DPS on the warriors, which is actually a significant increase as well, right? The easiest way is probably getting some greater affix intelligence on certain pieces of gear. There would definitely be a nice boost, like just pumping out those greater affix intelligence. But I simply don't have these items, you know.
I'm not ready yet.
So what I would like to test is, again, DPS meter. So if I'm now replacing all my masteries through intelligence gear, right? Greater affix intelligence gear, for example. And I wouldn't take a single mage mastery, I wouldn't take a single warrior mastery and all that kind of stuff. Yes, my golem would do more damage, but obviously there's the constant DPS of your minions going on as well. So what would net you in more DPS in the long run, right? Or would it be equaling out to do the same? Now, obviously that's always kind of like difficult to test because you can't be really counting your DPS, right? I'm still wondering how no one has made like a third-party DPS meter that literally counts the numbers on screen or something like that. You know, like that's just screen reading and counts the numbers and that's it. Just give me that, someone, please. Honestly, farming 99s was the best idea we had today. When yesterday we've been mostly doing 100s, but I have to say that, you know, 99s are just way more relaxing to do. They're essentially the same, right? One resource less. Let's stagger him. Oh wow, he just really hardcore died. Well, I mean, he just vanished, right? Are you considering going back to Hearthstone? I mean, Moretto, you made the same comment yesterday already, so you seem to be having an issue yourself. Because you made the exact same comment yesterday, you didn't get an answer, so you came back today to ask the same weird question. I mean, it's your time. Do whatever you want with it, but don't bother us. DPS means damage per second. Well, I'm sorry for not pronouncing the P very hard. Right? Not very hard. Germans are weird. Pronouncing things not hard enough. Ban him. I gave him the benefit of the doubt, you know, my friend. Sometimes people are allowed to be weird. We all have our weird moments, right? But if you then come back the second day to be double weird, it's kind of like, ain't nobody get time for that. Wow! That's so useless technically. I mean, I'll keep it, Chad. So we triple hit Skeletal Warrior Mastery. That's actually insane. Considering that I have a single hit on Golem Mastery, right? Look at me, Chad. Look at me. This is going to make my Warriors now hit for a couple million, which is actually intriguing. I think we should be like 5 million and plus per second. Oh, I need more crit though. I know the same on Golem. I'm not even interested. Would it be better to ditch those for in defenses? I can't get more defenses, Nicholas. Again, you can ditch this for in to get more damage on the Golem, but your warriors are there. My warriors are also doing shadow damage. My warriors exist at the same time as the Golem. They are continuously there, and they're continuously doing DPS versus the bosses. They never die. They also get multiplied and boosted. They also have the bonus happening. So they are doing millions and millions and millions of damage per second, right? Which is kind of like, I do like the idea of them just boosting the DPS in total. Now, again, is it more than just boosting simply the Golem? Who knows?
I'm not ready yet.
It's a nice Thorn. And if you ever plan to go for Thorns, you want the Warrior levels. Because if I understand Thorns correctly, I haven't actually messed with Thorns yet. But as I last time checked some of the Thorns build, it seems that the ranks in Warrior Mastery are essentially multiplying up the Thorns damage. Because then the damage the minion does is the Thorns damage, and then the Thorns damage is again being multiplied up by the minion multipliers. So yeah.
I need more time.
You know? Just that. Trinity Scythe has higher damage per hit. Yeah, you can just see it. It says 4,900 damage, whereas sword has 4,400 damage. It's kind of like that's the whole thing about it. As always, though, if you don't have a good scythe, right? If you don't have a good scythe with a good greater affix, then use a sword. I did have a bunch of good swords. I kind of just ruined the tempering on them. That's my only issue. I have a bunch of good swords. They all just have a ruined tempering now. That's a bit of a bummer. Oh, no, don't worry, Clockwork. We already removed the person from the existence. I haven't seen a single Thorns Necro. The big disadvantage on the Thorns Necro is that the enemy has to hit, right? Now, you do have pit bosses that just don't hit, right? You have pit bosses that also do more single target damage than multi-hits. And you're like, if the pit boss ain't hitting, right? If he's not doing damage, if he's not swinging, if he's not attacking fast, well, I mean, Thorns only does damage if the enemy actually damages, right? And in case of your minions, it is preferable if the thing would damage all your minions at the same time, right? That's why Thorns is so good versus Uber Lilith, because Uber Lilith hits all 12 minions at the same time. I mean, she does like her swingy arm motions, right? Where she goes like flip, flop, flip, flop, flop. And then she hits 12 minions at the same time and takes 12 times 40,000 thorn damage or so. And suddenly she actually gets huge chunks of damage. And it's like, why are you hitting yourself, right? But that, again, only works in the case of a boss being like that. What if the boss is like, you know, like Grégoire the Galvanic Saint, who barely does any swings? Every like 5 minutes a swing or something like that. World boss in 4 minutes? I should be through this in 4 minutes. Less than 4. There's like a minute left on this one. If I'm not like continuously walking into things and just killing myself because I'm like this, you know? I'm not continuously like murdering ourselves, then we should have this done in time. Winston, welcome back, sir. You just cleared a pit 100 of the Holy Bolt Elixier. Congratulations. That's amazing. Now farm those resources to get your stuff masterworked. How much better is this instead of using Blight? I mean, Blight is nice to use, and if you have your gear that has essence per second on, then use Blight, because that's the thing. Without essence per second gear, using Blight feels kind of awful, because you're continuously having to like make sure that you do have enough essence to even use your Blight, right? Because what happens if you have Blight, but you don't have the essence? Oh God. That was always my issue with the Blight build, that I like didn't want to invest in the essence per second and the other stuff. Is the only way for herbs running around clicking plants? No, you can do Legion events, as it seems. Oh, Aspect of Elements. Oh, Aspect of Elements is super cute. It gives you 30% multiplicative bonus damage versus physical, and then it gives you Shadow, which both boost your things. By the way, I haven't actually had it on today. Thank you for reminding me. Elements is my favorite thing to be running. Such a cute little thing. So you said 4 minutes to world boss. There's no world boss. I get lied to, or I'm blind. Oh, there. I'm blind. Legally blind. How to reset Masterworks? I'll show you in a second, but it costs 5 million. Kitty, we doing well? So Legion events give you a lot of bundled herbs. I'm not sure why you're out of bundled herbs though. Out of my way, nerds.
I need time.
When's your birthday? It was on the 5th of May. We've turned 35 this year.
I need time.
It's okay. We don't need another birthday. I don't have so much gold all the time. I'm losing my gold, sir. Like crazy. Barely have anything left. But how do you have gold? By slaving your life away. By just like, you know, you take an hour and you essentially do every single goddamn whisper on the whole goddamn map, and you run through the most boring whisper dungeons in existence. I mean, these take you like 2 to 5 minutes. right? They're quick. They're quick. Unless it's a kill all dungeon and you do 2 of them and you have like another 3-4 million plus. And the main way to make gold is by selling items in trade. Right? Pit 1 for 1, no. A pit 1 for 1 is for people that play Holy Bolt. Awesome t-shirt. The highest I can do or will probably do is 115. And the main reason for that is because I just refuse to reset this. So I don't want to reset this so many times until I hit Golem Mastery +7. The same actually goes for my amulet. I'm currently happy having it +5, but I really don't have the patience to farm this. Because that's just where the fun ends. I farm this once, I get my okay upgrades, right? I'm having a good time, I'm enjoying myself. But if you're now forcing me to literally like try to hit the perfect thing, 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 like that's the fun just goes away. Right? I mean, rather before I do that, I would try to equip my rogue as well and just have my rogue picking around. I don't know how you feel about this. For example, my helmet was now hit 7 times. But in order to get the upgrades, and here's the list. So if I want to get my skeletal, my golem now to +7, I need to hit the first upgrade, the second upgrade, and the third upgrade. I need to hit all 3 to get up to +7. Now, +6 could be something I need to hit the first 2, but even that is very unlikely to happen. So I'm not even sure how I managed to get that done, right? I feel like my I don't know how to say this. Like having to hit the skill ranks with the masterwork in the current way the system is not bad. It's just too tedious for me personally to enjoy doing it, right? Simply because every single reset, it means if I reset an item, that means I have to farm another 3 pits to then reset the item, to farm another 3 pits, to reset the item, to farm another 3 pits. And that loop is kind of like where fun then dies, right? For me personally, like getting my items 12 times masterwork, trying to get the, like, essentially I reset the first level. I'm okay with resetting the first level and trying to hit Skeletal Mage Mastery once, Golem Mastery once, and the Hellbent Commander. So hitting the skills at least once. I think like here, for example, I'm going to re-roll the gloves because the gloves actually haven't hit Skeletal Mage Mastery, right? They haven't. And I'm okay with resetting this to hit it, to get it up to +5 for more DPS. But I'm just not going to like try to get the +6 on every item. Why do you play Corpse Explosion if you don't use that? I do use it on my, here, Blood Mist. Boom. Boom. Corpse Explosion. So that's how I trigger Corpse Explosions. It's a nice little something because you need to Blood Mist anyways in certain situations. And if I have to Blood Mist anyways in the boss fight, which I have to do in certain situations, then on top of the Blood Mist, I will actually get explosions that will boost my minions to do more damage. So I kind of feel like that's a nice little thing, personally. Because why not? Oh, hello there. My burden is too full. I cannot carry all of this, ladies and gentlemen. There's a little bit too much going on there. Let me move out of here. That's how I'm looking at it. I guess you can, end of the day, grind as much as you want, right? Farm as much as you want. But I just, you know, do where I still enjoy the game. And I don't want to ruin my fun in the game, right? Maybe I'm not a hardcore grinder, correct? Maybe I'm not a hardcore grinder enough. I'm just a basic ass Andy. I leave the hardcore grinding to the crazy peeps, right? I mean, there are literally, like, if you check out the, wait, where is it? Let's go for the pit leaderboard max roll. If I'm currently checking out the #1 Necromancer, that was a few days ago. Let's see if it changed. Barbarian, Necro. Broom is still... Oh, actually, so there's 127s now. Cool. So mate 127. And if you actually do check their gear, if they actually posted... Not everyone has, like, posted their thingy. If you actually check their gear, and they're showing it partially in their streams, but they're also putting it out on max roll. And like we're looking at things like, so here, double greater affix, single greater affix. He doesn't actually show like the master worked on double greater affix again, double greater affix, right? Like the amount of time I have seen double greater affix stuff is heavily limited. I barely have any double greater affix stuff ever to actually look at, right? So yeah, I'm literally just not willing to put that effort in, and that makes me weak, I guess. Let's see, how much Neath-Ein do we currently have? Yeah, sure. Should we try to get the gloves now to Mage Mastery +5, chat? I think we can do that. A little upgrade on the Mage Mastery. I'm more impressed by the 127 guy who is actually cleared with mages so high. So he's playing the mages with a shadow version, right? He's not playing Corpse Explosion. He's playing with Blight, which is better than Corpse Explosion, by the way. So that's a good choice. And he is playing Tyrael's Might. So that's only possible with Tyrael's Might, I think. And he's running way more than with Golem, that's for sure. I'm more surprised they actually beat 127. That's like pretty impressive. But yeah, you're kind of running Tyrael's Might to have like your actual Blight, like, you know, your Blight and your Ray Skeletons and everything to do a bit more. I think your minions are also triggering Tyrael's, are they? Are they not? This is not Holy Bolts, by the way, right? It's Tyrael's. He doesn't have like a planner posted. We can't check out what he's doing. Always nice to analyze respective builds. Do one more, and then we can re-roll the gloves. Do minions get your crit damage? Yes. People also buying gear for 100 millions or billions? Yes. I mean, a lot of the Chinese builds are probably bought with gold that they bought online. Which is like, it's again, like if that's what you want to do it. Like I have no evaluation on that one, but that's like your personal decision, right? But obviously, like I'm not going to sit there to buy myself like 2 billion gold to go into trade to just buy myself the equipment I need to then be able to push deeper into the pit. Seems to kind of like defeat the point of why even play the game, right? Isn't like, you know, actually getting the gear pieces by playing the game the whole charm of this. I mean, my Hellbent commanders and I have, and my Golem Mastery are found. I don't know how we have been so incredibly lucky. I mean, like, it's actually bullshit at this point that we found like an amulet and like the rarest chest essentially, right? Bullshit, but hey. This gear is 78 billion right now. Yeah, I mean, if you want to buy gear and trade, and that's like kind of like a little bit the problem. So if you want to buy gear and trade, you actually do have to actively trade yourself, or you won't be able to afford that, right? If you're just playing the game normal, and then you're like, oh yeah, you know, I think I should go into trade to maybe check if there's a piece of gear. Yeah, it's like, no, you shouldn't. You shouldn't, because unless you've been trading since day one, more or less. You're like, you won't be able to afford this. I'm sorry, you're poor. Poor ass bitch, just like me. Oh, you have 100 million gold? Oh, congratulations, 100 million. Look at you, cutie pie. Not even breaking into the billionaires club, huh? Here's a tissue made out of gold to cry your tears into. What I really want to have is an in-game auction house. We said it before, right? I don't want to go on a third-party website. I need that in-game auction house. You get so much free stuff from trade. See, the thing is, there's a lot of people who are also very generous and just play the game and just interested in sharing and having fun, right? I mean, the amount of items we have given out to our community as well, just because why not, right? It's just there. It doesn't always have to be like, I need those 100 billions. I mean, there's obviously the people that are just trying to make the most money possible from trade because they can, because it gives them joy to make much money from trade. And hey, why not? If that's a little min-max game you like to play, and do so. Necrothorn's viable. Like, you can make it work to kill Lilith, but it's just not the best pit build. Again, pit bosses don't tend to attack with a high frequency. Apart from the wolf, you know, the wolf is a very good boss against thorns because she goes like bam, 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 bam. But there you can actually get a lot of thorns off. As a druid, I wander around, find other druids, peek at their build, and give them better items for fun. See? You're like Batman. Without the beating up of criminals, though. You're like Batman. I mean, end of the day, every one of us probably has a couple of items in their stash. They're just keeping in a just-in-case basis, and they'll probably never use. When I have a couple of Skeleton Mage Mastery items left that I'll probably never use. I just have them, but just in case. No, just in case I might need this. Just in case there is a situation where I could need another Skeleton Mage Mastery item. Whereas other people are just sitting around and they're like, hey, you know what? I could really need a Skeleton Mage Mastery. It would be great to have this Skeleton Mage Mastery item. And you're like, yeah, no, it's my fourth one, and I need to keep this just in case. Yeah, and if you sell all your just-in-case items, you probably have 1 to 2 billions exactly. The gold goes away at the end of the season. Yes, gold goes away at the end of the season. Items go away at the end of the season. Like, you keep some stuff for Eternal Realm. So actually, if I'm not mistaken, the gold you have goes over to the Eternal Realm. So if you plan to be Scrooge McDuck of the Eternal Realm, if you plan to build yourself a treasury full of money, then like, you're doing the right thing, right? If you want to make a Reddit post with, I traded 24 years in Diablo 4 and this is how much gold I made. I'm an active Diablo 4 day trader and this is how rich I am. Like, if you plan to make like Reddit posts about this and like try to impress the ladies with your Finance Bro account, then by all means, you're doing good. Okay, come on. We're just going to use this phase here right now to just burst through. Oh, you were absolutely unable to shoot past my minions, and I refuse to accept that you could do that. You know? Uh-oh. Thank you very much. Another focus with a greater affix, and now we can rework our gloves, ladies and gentlemen. Gems sell for a lot, especially rubies. Talking about Mage Mastery. Let's go what I was talking about, right? So I have Mage Mastery. So I have these gloves, Skeleton Mage Mastery and Critical Strike Chance, Skeleton Mage Mastery and Damage Over Time. I will not ever use these items. None of these two, right? Then we have another glove that also has Skeleton Mage Mastery and Max Life Intelligence. These are good gloves. I just have them just in case. I will never use them, but I have them just in case. Okay, how do we reset the masterwork? We put it in, we press this button, and we're sad. Then we're trying to upgrade the masterwork, but I'll need some more Opticide for that before we do it. So let's get some more Opticide. Let's do the 28. You have a ear in your chest? Yeah, so what happened is that Mr. Ghost was attacking me. He was like, look at me, big dick ghost here on the way. And then he just walked into my shadow damage over time and died. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, everyone raise your arms and pray for Skeleton Mage Mastery. Well, that's bad. Because I'm currently trying to get it 2+4. Now, you could say, why don't you roll it another 4 times to get it 2+4? But that's not happening, right? I'm literally going to hit it on the first one, or I'm not going to hit it at all. So we're now going to waste 5 millions per reset. I'm going to make 162 Ingolith, and I'm going to make myself another 450 Opticide, just so we can masterwork this more often. And that's crit chance. And reset it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 15. Oh, that's golem damage. See, now I'm going to be like, you know what? I'm fine. Okay, because what am I going to do now? Like, you know, I get golem damage, so screw this shit. I'm fine. That's a reset. That's a reset, and it's not like fuck you. Seriously, that was pretty good. You know, that was pretty good. But now it's like, you know what? How about fuck you? Great. Like worst roll in existence. Yeah, that's like, you know, if it hit anything else, and like if it's the third roll, okay. So if it's the third and final roll, the 12 times masterwork, and it's gonna hit corpse tendrils, I'm like, yeah, whatever. Right? Like literally, I don't care. But the 8th one, oh, oops. That was a bit greedy. I'll admit it. I would do everything like this again. I don't regret a single thing. I don't regret my death. I'm just a bit sad that I died. But I would. Oh, I almost walked into it again. You see? As I said, I would do it again, Chan. Nothing. I would change nothing. Why didn't we reset again? We need materials first. Come on, Chan. What do you expect? Do I look like I'm rich inside? What is the reason to use Army of the Dead instead? Army of the Dead instead of what? Army of the Dead is an insane damage boost. You're getting plus 100% damage on your minions when you trigger Army of the Dead. Plus Army of the Dead is making tons of corpses. Plus Army of the Dead is making your minions invulnerable so they can't die. Plus Army of the Dead is doing physical damage, can crit, and actually does revive all your minions if needed. And it has tons of lucky hit to do status effects. So Army of the Dead is actually pretty good. The reason for no Bone Storm is simple. Just don't get hit beforehand. I mean, Bone Storm is safer, don't get me wrong. So if you're planning to just farm and chill and don't look out too much, then Bone Storm is better. Bone Storm does do less damage, right? Bone Storm is a bonus layer of safety that if you need it, you can play it. And I think a lot of people do need it because they're just like, you know, they kind of sting at avoiding effects and like using their Blood Mist when they should be using their Blood Mist and so on. But technically having Blood Mist negates you having to use Bone Storm because the Blood Mist is my get out of jail card, my oh shit whatsoever. So if I do use my Blood Mist smart enough and don't consistently waste it for doing stupid things, then there's never a world where I should technically be dying. And this is a big technically, right? Because there's always a chance. And you're just stacking up a lot of life to make sure to not die. the thing is, even with Bone Storm and even with the barrier that Bone Storm provides, so even if you have that fully stacked up with 50,000 life, 100,000 life in total, right? You're still not safe from one hits, right? Damage versus max life on weapon. You definitely need max life on weapon. I don't think that's an argument. Max life greater affix on weapon goes up to 4,000 max life plus. And since you're having a bunch of life percentage multipliers, you're just getting way too much max life from the weapon to ever not take that. It's my humble opinion that you're not allowed to disagree with. Seriously, if you disagree with that one, we're fighting. We're in a tussle. We're throwing hands. No mercy. Okay, no survivors. Does max have a big, does 99 have a big difference? One. 99 and 100, it's a difference of 1 pit material. It's 59 neath iron or 58 neath iron. But the difference in HP is 4 times less HP. Okay? The mobs in a 99 have a vast lower amount of HP than 100 mobs. So farming 100s is technically just senseless, completely senseless. Apart from if your ego is so inflated that unless you're doing 100s, you're not getting a hard on. Then again, if you're getting a hard on from doing 100s, that's okay. Nerd boner is a nerd boner. Right? I'm not judging. Fine. But yeah. 99s is technically what makes the most sense farming somewhat. Unless you're playing hardcore. I think for hardcore, you're farming 80s. I've watched a couple of hardcore players like Mods recently. And he's farming 80s because they're like the safest to farm, it seems, for hardcore. And I would agree. Right? And despite of doing 99s or 100s, you can still die. You know, there's the occasional random one hit that might hit you, regardless of 50,000 HP. Because why wouldn't it? Questions as always, why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't you get randomly one hit? Come on, we should. No, if you didn't vanish, you would have died. That might be the reason why he vanished. Come on, lads. Just pummel him. Thank you very much. If I get another one with like greater affixes, I'm unhappy because I don't need ones. Which of the bosses is the most annoying for us minions? The sharpshooter is the most annoying for everyone. No one likes the sharpshooter. I mean, like, if you like the sharpshooter, please raise your arm, and then we're gonna just like shoot you down. Okay, so this one needs to reset again because it was a complete dud. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mom, get the camera. Woo. I was kind of wondering. Okay. Now from that point on, I don't care what it gets. If this is corpse tendrils again, it's kind of like, yeah, whatever. You know? I'm a simple man. If that goes corpse tendrils again, I'm like, I'm miffed. I'm like, fuck that shit, right? But I'll still accept it. And I'm like, yeah, I'm okay, fine. Do you believe the pity system exists? No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It is a fact. Like it's not believe nothing. Like it doesn't exist. Simple. We've actually done a demonstration live on stream. We've tried it just for the YOLOs of it, but like Blizzard just doesn't seem to believe in pity systems. And honestly, if there was a pity system, they would have made a big bohai about telling us. They would be like, look at us. We not only made the masterworking and tempering a thing. No, we also put a pity system in. And the pity system works like wobbity 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 wobbity. And then they would have made a video about it. Honestly, like seriously, they would have made something about it. Because it's kind of like a big thing to have a pity system, right? Like, we're thinking about our customers, and that's why pity system is in. It's not in. But it's okay to believe that it's in, because if it makes you feel better, then that's fantastic, right? I mean, there's also some people that believe after failing a 25% chance 4 times that the next time you're gonna roll, it's gonna be a 100% chance to hit, right? Because that's how it works, right? Like 4 times not hitting 25%, that means that the next time is 100%. Because 4 times 25 is 100, right? Right? Surely, that's how statistics work. Yeah, I since I'm not reading chat, I don't hear anyone saying anything different, right? There is certain tricks though you can apply, for example, for re-rolling your stats at the, like, there's something for affixes. You wanna know something cool for affixes, chat? Shall I tell you the biggest secret that no one has ever told you at the Enchanter? But it's big. It's like huge. It's like bigger than your mama's booty, and like you know what that means, right? Ginormous secret. It's gonna like literally rattle your world. Just like, okay, like we got that topic already covered. There's a certain trickery you can do when trying to get the bonus Heartseeker ranks on your pants, or the Skeletal Mage ranks or something, right? You only have 1 Paragon page. When do you get the next one? You have to get to the end of the Paragon page, and then you click the node at the end of the Paragon page, and it essentially gives you the option to add more Paragon pages. It's not a dumb question, it's just a I haven't played much question. Will you make more rogue content, Andre? Yes, absolutely. We will make more rogue content because I'm planning to push a bit deeper into the pit with a rogue as well. Kind of want to see, but right now we're essentially wasting all our materials to masterwork the Necromancer further, and I don't have any materials left for my rogue, because in order for my rogue to push deeper or to get more secure or speed farm, I need to essentially just get, like, you know, more mats. Okay, well, what I wanted to do is I wanted to do like a rogue sub 3 minutes, kind of like tier 100 push. So I essentially just want to see how fast could I go through a tier 100, right? Like can I get it like 2 minutes or something without holy bolts, obviously, right? How quick can I make it? I'm currently sitting like at 5 minutes, I think, roughly. But my gear is like barely masterworked, so there's like such a high ceiling left to essentially get better. And I kind of want to, you know, I kind of want to see how fast can it go. Absolute speed run monkey. If you could like do a 3 minute per pit run with a rogue, then why am I even bothering about my Necro? Because obviously no matter how fast the Necro can do things, you're literally being held back by my damage source is the Golem, and I'm being held back by having like a cooldown as my damage skill, right? No matter how much I can reset the cooldown. Whereas, for example, with my rogue, I mean, I'm using basic skills for my damage, so I just do my basic skills, and that's it, right? There's nothing holding back your damage. There's no rotation slowing you down. Like, I hold down my right mouse button and everything dies. I just shit on everything.
I need more time.
I'm kind of like stuck here with that fire on the ground, and then like a little bit more fire on the ground, and then like a little bit more fire on the ground. You know what? I'm running into the side room, because in the side room you can't be touched by anything. Oh, and I almost walked over that.
I need more time.
Like a big fat ass bomb. See, like, so I couldn't kill all these guys until my golem walks up, until my golem does the thing, right? So that's like holding you a bit back as a necro, because you're a necro, right? being a necro just holds you back from just going faster. I mean, you can kind of like, if you have a good level and if you have everything going on, you're kind of like doing it in 5 minutes roughly, right? Scorpio, thank you for the subscription. Scorpio, thank you for the brand new support. Pleasure, appreciation. Howdy. Would you use? Wait, I need to read your question when I'm done killing this lad here. Make sure that I'm not accidentally murdering myself. Oh, I got stuck. I need my other boots. So would you use Army of the Dead with Shadow Minions instead of Army of the Dead? Sir? Do you... Can we do that again, please? Either he just had me, like, either he had me there or he wrote the wrong thing. Maybe I've been had, chat. You know? Oh, she's trying to get me suck-a-doodled in, but we're not having that. And you are dead. Oh, sorry. I thought you were dead, so I announced that already. So you're probably asking, would you play Bone Storm instead of Army of the Dead and Shadow Minions? And the answer is still no. The thing is, if you don't play Army of the Dead, what will happen? Your minions die. Because Army of the Dead with Unyielding Commander is providing you with a 90% damage reduction, right? And now the problem is, what happens if your minions die? They die. Surprise. Who would have guessed? But if your minions die, they're not alive for 10 seconds and they're not getting a 40% damage multiplier. They're not stacking up the Frenzied Dead and they're not permanently doing max damage. So your minions dying is on many levels actually shit, right? Now let me show you some very interesting secret on re-rolling for skills. Because what do you want on your chest, guys, right? You want Golem Mastery on your chest. And I have the perfect chest to show you something interesting. Because this chest has resistance to all elements. And do you know what that means? I'm going for the Enchanter right now, correct? And I would say I really want Golem Mastery, right? I really want Golem Mastery. The interesting part is, if I'm re-rolling resistance, look what happens. So we have intelligence, essence, blah, healing, resistance, fire, lightning, shadow, blah, impairment reduction, blah, blah, blah. Correct? Well, the interesting part is that a chess piece can only have one resistance stat, right? You can only have one resistance stat on an item, which means if I'm re-rolling life per second, look at this. I mean, look at the list here, right? This is everything you could be getting. And now look at the list here. Because obviously, I have one resistance stat on. I cannot get a second one. It's impossible. So I have another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things less that could roll. You will still get spammed by int and armor. Yes, this is very important. You will still get spammed by int and armor because you have to understand that these stats up here are 70 to 80% more likely to appear than the stats down here. Which no one tells you, right? I mean, no one tells you this. There's nothing in this list that indicates that Golem Mastery is 90% less likely to appear than intelligence. Which is bullshit. Because it should be the equal chance for everything. There's no reason to weight this and not tell anyone, right? But yeah. At least you can influence it in some way, right?
See some steel you need.
Let's be happy about the tiny victories. I need another 10 Neath Iron. Another 10 Ingolith. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. As I said, no matter what happens, I'm happy. But I would still prefer if it wasn't Corpse 10 rolls. Thank you. Look, chat. And we got 5 Skeleton Mage Mastery. So I'm actually quite happy. We're going to max the glove out now. What's the bug with Warrior? It's not a bug with Warrior. It's a bug with the aphotic aspect. So there are 2 bugs, okay? So the first bug is that currently the Reapers are cooldown reducing and making corpses at the same time. The sad part is that it's so good to have that if you're not using it, like you're literally, yeah, it's just so good to have. Now, the second bug is that you have the aphotic aspect. The aphotic aspect is being used to turn your skeletal warriors into shadow damage. Now, the shadow damage is needed to essentially activate your Shadow Blight key passive more often. That's a cool thing. And it's kind of like boosting the damage of your warriors a little bit. Not by much, but a little bit. That being said, if now your skeletal warriors are stunning, because they can stun now with the aphotic aspect, that 20% stun chance does stagger. And at the same time, as it does actually stagger, which is kind of cool, it has a 100% lucky hit chance. Yeah. That means that the aphotic aspect is triggering your cooldown reduction from the Decrepify with a 100% chance. So they have a 20% chance to crit, and then they have a 100% chance to cooldown reduce. All right, 1 second. Now you're going to say it's 6 skeletal warriors, 20% chance. That's surely not happening very often. I mean, with a 100% increased attack speed. You know? Surprisingly, unsurprisingly, it's actually quite frequent. And if you're adding then the standard lucky hit chance of your Army of the Dead, because again, Army of the Dead has also a lucky hit chance, right? Suddenly, wibbity wobbity, where they're cooldown reducing like there's no tomorrow. And it looks like we're cheating. But it's just in-game mechanics. I rolled golem damage and yellow affix of crit chance on my rings. Should I reroll attack speed? Technically, if you do have your attack speed at 100%, there's no need to reroll attack speed. Then again, more attack speed is more DPS. Then again, the more DPS is technically neglectable, because what does more DPS even do for you when your damage is actually using the golem's ability and not actually the golem attacking, right? That's just a little bonus when he's attacking. But more attack speed is never wrong, because more attack speed also allows you to raise corpses quicker. So when you're raising corpses to get the 5 stacks of Flesh Eater, like if you have more attack speed, you can raise them quicker, which means that more attack speed, quicker corpses being raised, you're always going to have the corpse raised up to 40%. That means, you know, faster 40% damage multiplier. So there's more to consider than just, you know, yes. I don't think it's bad what you have. But long story short, short story long, I don't think it's bad what you have. You have a good thing. You're struggling with tier 120 right now. I mean, you're supposed to struggle with tier 120. What the fuck? I mean, are you struggling with tier 120 with Holy Bolts or without Holy Bolts? But no matter what, you're supposed to struggle with that. It's 120. I mean, everything after 110 is like kind of like very good gear and everything going on, right? You don't get past 110 with paying attention to your gear. I mean, a 100 you can do with barely any masterwork. A 100 you can do with like okay gear. Like, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to make fun of your struggle, guys, right? So we're not trying to make fun of your struggles. But a 100 can really be done with good gameplay, a working build, and okay gear. You don't need top of the line 20 billion super gear. But after 100 things, oh god, that was a lot. After 100, it kind of starts ramping up a lot. Oh, I don't have my potion, no wonder. After 100, it kind of like starts ramping up a lot, right? What is your worst enemy types in the pit? I hate everything. I hate everything. There's nothing I don't hate. Everything is annoying. If it lives long enough, it gets annoying. I guess the worst part for Necromancer is anything that hits you through your minions. So, for example, there is the throat slitters, and the problem with the throat slitters is they're essentially walking past your minions. They push into your back, and then they appear behind you and slit your throat, while ignoring that your minions exist. Or, for example, everyone right here now also ignoring that my minions exist and us just dying like a newbie booby. Oh, our equipment is broken. It should still work. You know what? It should still work. I mean, anything ranged, I guess, is kind of annoying. Because if it's ranged, it's more likely to ignore your minions, right? and ranged units, they just tend to focus you. I mean, see these Succubi here right now, if they tend to focus you, you just die. Or that Balrog who just turns around for no reason and starts to fire breath on you, right? Range is annoying. Since for melee attacks, you can run away, right? You can run away from melee attacks. But if then an enemy decides to, from the distance, aim at you with whatever attack they're doing, like these fallen priests or some of the like freaking bow dudes and whatsoever, yeah, that's a bummer. You might just die. Okay, I barely have any HP at this moment. I barely have any armor. But like we have another 3 minutes left, so we should be able to get it done, huh? I mean, seriously, it'd be too hard. New challenge unlocked. Do the pit without any defense. Reason being reasons. I mean, I'm already in here. I might as well take the resources with me, right? What's the reason why I would not? Okay, no resources for me, I guess. I still have a minute left. Should be possible. Oh no, they spawned me so far back. Okay, I'm too far back. The frost spiders are so insane because they again ignore the existence of your minions, right? And then they just shoot past and suddenly you die and you're kind of like, why me? What have I done? Any recommendations for an alt for someone that plays Rogue Barb? Necromancer. Have you heard about the most fun class on the horizon? Necro. And I'm not talking about minion Necro. I'm actually talking about the best build in the whole goddamn season. There's no better build. There's no more fun build in the whole season. And it's the Bone Spirit build. Yes. Why is the Bone Spirit build so good? Because it's using so many intricate, amazing, fun combination of skills to make it work. And then on top of using all of that, you can actually get the absolute godlike perfect gear by getting a maximum resource item with a greater affix to really reach like 275 resource and then essentially overpower crit with every goddamn skill you're doing, which is brilliant. The thing is that the actual gear you need for this is quite cheap to a degree because no one needs maximum resource. Do you know any build right now that's like, oh yeah, you know what? If I had plus 32 resource, that would be amazing. Nah, doesn't happen. There's like Necro builds who obviously profit from it, right? But the thing is, like the main builds, the main considered S tier builds that people play, they don't need it. Sork, okay, Sork might need it. Sorry, I don't know that, to be honest. But it seems like that currently the prices are relatively low for max resource items. I think I saw like max resource, greater affix things for like 50 million. And that's cheap. I mean, seriously, that's cheap. Like a greater affix max resource for 50 million. That's a gift. It's free, you know? So yeah, that build is my absolute favorite, and we will like I don't know what's gonna be the day, but I'm looking for another day to make this work, to make it better. I have cleared a 105. Yes, actually a 105 has been cleared with Bone Spirit, and you have to understand that when I say with Bone Spirit, then I mean that every Bone Spirit does 300 million to 500 million damage, and I'm stacking low. Okay, I'm not having the best gear. So the reality is that you could be having gear that hits like for like 1 billion per Bone Spirit. Imagine. And actually the dude that's almost having the godlike gear is doing that. He's hitting for almost 1 billion per Bone Spirit. Bone Spirit with great gear SK 120. Yes, that's the person I'm talking about, my friend. Mr. King Pig, who has invested his whole life. I mean, he has made his whole personality going the full Bone Spirit build this season, and I love it. The man decided, like, fuck minions, even though he's also playing minions to a degree. He decided to, like, fuck minions, fuck the mainstream. I'm making this work. And it's probably the most fun gameplay I know for Necro right now. The most intricate, interesting figuring out of combination and circumstances. It's brilliant. The thing is, in order to make it work, I will have to rework almost everything I'm doing. So I've been like tinkering around with a lot of stuff. So I need complete new rings. I need complete new, I need a lot of new gear, essentially, to really make it work. And that's a bit worrying. Worrying. Since I don't have the resources for this right now, correct? I'm simply not running around. I'm like, oh yeah, so do I really for a second build want to farm the pit this much? Because that's the thing, right? So we're on day 2 of pit farming now. We have farmed for another 2 hours today already. And so far in these 2 hours, we have essentially plus 12 2 items. So this item, we completely re-rolled the helmet. No, actually, we didn't completely re-roll the helmet. That's not true. We just gave it a plus 2. We gave the chest a plus 1. And technically, we actually have to redo the chest. I mean, let's be real. We have to redo the chest. We redid our gloves, which is fine. But we're essentially going to be the next, like, 5 pit runs or so busy to get the chest to a point where it needs to be at. And then we need to start with the rings. I'm just happy my weapon is good because my weapon has 2 times golem damage and 1 times max life. That's actually perfect. The only thing I could get better was getting a greater affix on my weapon, but I haven't seen a double greater affix scythe in quite a while. It's been actually a while since I've seen many double greater affix items. It's been a while. Emo minions without AoD feels very wrong. Yes. The problem is that they just die, and you're constantly in a cycle of resummoning, and that just stings and is annoying. But hey, if you value your own safety over your minion's safety, like you're mean, right? I mean, they're dying for they actually died for you already, and you're still using them, right? They already died for you, and you're still using them, and then you don't value their safety. Great. The most annoying Elias thingy. I'm still very not happy about him. Every time I have to face that, I'm just annoyed. Oh, we still need new boots, right? Oh, he just went for the... He just went for the Shadow Barrage, right? But he just summons, like, it's so close to his chest. He's like, surprise, Shadow Barrage. Oh, shit. Luckily, I get an instant reset. Why do we need new boots? Again, these boots are kind of cool and they're made for walking, but they have a dex reduce evade cooldown. What's the best build for taking out permanent bosses? Cool them. Or my Heartseeker Rogue. Both builds are absolutely incredible for this. It's actually funny. The Heartseeker Rogue was a fresh 100 character, and I've never killed a boss easier. I mean, you just ate his soul and then his feed in that order.
An equitable transaction.
Making some of the money back that I've lost. I mean, I would show you another tormented boss, but I only have 4 Stygian stones left. It's not a lot, right? When you started doing pits, did you not rely on Holy Bolt? Oh, I definitely did Holy Bolt in the beginning to push deeper, so I just get the materials faster. I mean, like, the first 100 levels, just take the Holy Bolt so you actually get there, right? Because why do I want to get stuck in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 10, 20? Like, that's all bullshit tiers, right? You're going to go through them anyways fast. I really wasn't, like, going to be wasting my time on that one, right? So you just zoom through. How to get more sticky and stones? Well, they have an absolutely atrocious drop rate, so you just simply don't. FYI, I played the max roll minion Necro until today and struggled to ground Undefeated. 10 minutes ago, I switched to your shadow minion dude and ended her after 2 tries. Let's go! Also, Zwen. Do I have your name correct? Thank you for the prime subscription and chat. If you do have a prime sub, don't forget to use it. Howdy. I'm playing the rogue build and having so much damn fun. Honestly, I'm having more fun playing my rogue, and I hate that because I'm a Necromancer main. I'm literally a Necro main, but if I consider what should I play today, I'm like, how about we're just playing rogue all day long, you know? But that's mainly because the playthrough of the dungeon is just so much more fun. Like the pit push with a rogue is just so much more engaging, and it feels just like, I don't know, something about the rogue just feels right this season. And I'm saying that as a Necro main who just really loves Necro to death, and I hate rogue, or I hated rogue until this season. I'm a very unhappy man. It's like admitting that your favorite sports team actually does suck, and you're still a fan just because, you know, you've been a fan for the past 20 years, not because they're actually good at the game. And I don't know if that analogy makes any sense because I actually don't even watch sports. So let's just go within. Okay. How much gold damage? We have 4.8k, which is not a lot. I mean, we could get some more in to actually boost it higher. We could get some more temperings to boost it higher. I mean, right now I'm aiming for a comfortable 5k. Because I did sacrifice some intelligence to essentially get my Warrior MMH masteries up. And I do want to believe that that is actually adding a good amount of DPS to the build. Now, obviously, I cannot track DPS, right? We just need to level up our final items here. What we could do is we could re-roll, for example, crit chance on our gloves, which we have currently, into intelligence if we wanted to. But the best thing I could get is with just more greater affix items. But honestly, I haven't really farmed many items in a while. I mean, I've been just, you know, at some point I reached the level of content with what I have. Right? Obviously, there's always better. There's always better. You can always get improvements. But I just reached this point of, you know what? This gear is actually kind of good. So I really can't be asked to get even better gear. Right? Not hunting like that 5% improvement, just kind of like being happy with what I have. Trying to fight Shaco, but your luck is not there. You don't need luck. You kill a Tormented boss, you kill Undefeated, you finish the Iron Wolf questline, you make another character, finish the Iron Wolf questline again, boom, Shaco. Like seriously, if you really want Shaco, it's there. It's just waiting for you. I mean, I'm happy this season. I got 2 Uber Uniques so far. I got Endariel's Visage and the Harlequin Crest. And my Harlequin Crest is actually a greater affix one. So that's kind of lucky. And then I'm not using Harlequin Crest in 90% of my builds because why would I? And Endariel's Visage I'm probably never going to be using. But hey, at least I have it. Can't complain. Better to have than not to have. Oh god, I'm gonna be shot by that crossbow in the back. Well, I'm gonna die. And I'm gonna hate life because the crossbow shot me in the back. You can get a Harlequin Crest guaranteed this season. Yes, you can get any Uber Unique guaranteed this season. Again, so you kill a Tormented boss, 1 Resplendent Spark. You kill Uber Lilith, 1 Resplendent Spark. You finish the Iron Wolf quest line, 1 Resplendent Spark. Then you make another character and you finish the Iron Wolf quest line again. Guess what? Another Resplendent Spark. And this is all very achievable. It's not like a make-believe might happen every 20 years. Nah, this is even for the casual gamer dad, gamer mom, gamer Andy. Quite achievable. Oh shit, almost died there. A bit greedy with my positioning. Oh shit, Jesus. Okay, I was a bit slow. What's your ethnicity? I'm German, but this is not the German accent. But I'm the German. The Bratwurst and the Weichbier. Which is actually not the German. It is the Bavarian. Which is also pretty prejudicial again. But there we go. Holy Christ, we just critted him so hard, he just imploded. You know, he just lost like 2/3 of his life bar. Just like that. Poor son of a gun. It'd be nice if we could just, like, yeah, move in there. Make my life a bit easier. Okay, we can upgrade our gloves one more time. This is the TikTok German accent. I know. That right there is why I don't like Necro. I mean, the problem with Necro is obviously survivability, and even if you stack all the survivability, you're still not going to survive. Which is kind of very funny because you know how you boost the survivability the most as a Necro? You want to know what the biggest survivability booster is. The absolute top 10 super whammy slammy. And that is if you're sacrificing all your minions and then you're getting another 18% damage reduction. Wow. Just be like, fuck minions. 18%. Dankeschön. I just recently realized how good Rogue's damage reduction is. Because Rogue has this skill called Dark Shroud, where for every Dark Shroud stacked around you, and you can get 5, you get 12% damage reduction. And then they deplete, and then you can restore them. But holy balls. Why do you get, like, 12% damage reduction 5 times? Like, no. Uncool. Too much. And that was only with 11 skill points in there. I could get, like, I think 14 or 15 skill points in there in total to get even more damage reduction. Oh, and then I could actually boost the Dark Shroud, that every shroud instead of 12 does like 16% damage reduction or even more. So yeah, the amount of damage reduction that you can get as a rogue is so insane. I want that too. I mean, again, a rogue has to be inside the enemies, right? But I kind of disagree because I'm a Necro. I'm also inside my enemies because where else am I going to be? Correct? I mean, this whole thing, like caster, melee class, there's no distinguishing between that because in order to engage, I'll be hit by things anyways, right? It doesn't matter if I'm a melee class or if I'm a caster class. I'll be there where the damage is. Give me the equivalent damage reduction and movement speed, please. Are there class-specific uniques worth running? No. Necro class-specific uniques are this season out. There is Black River, which is a very good item, but the problem is that even if you scale Corpse Explosion extremely high, you're kind of ending up with a couple of million damage Corpse Explosion, like, you know, 10 million damage Corpse Explosion or something like that. But what does 10 million damage help you when your boss has a billion damage HP? Or 2, or 4, or 10 billion later, or 100 billion later? That's a lot of corpse explosions you got to be doing to even remotely get to that point where you're going to finish them off, right? a lot of corpse explosions. Could you not just rush me? Especially when Jeremiah, Francis, Dave, and the gang is kind of like on you. Thank you, Fitzgerald, for the 6 months of support. Fitz, good to see you there. What I do believe is we either need to have a rework of damage reduction as a whole, or we just need more damage reduction gear again. I'm not sure if a damage reduction tempering would help, because right now I'm essentially tempering max life on my gear, but it feels like useless, correct? I mean, the armor tempering is not doing anything for me because more armor doesn't help. The max life tempering isn't doing anything for me because I'm already at 50,000 life, right? So the solution would be bring back damage reduction tempering. I just don't like see another solution to the whole damage issue kind of right now, correct? Like what could you do as a Necromancer? It's kind of like that's the only thing that you could get, right? The ghost boss in the pit is frustrating. The problem with the ghost boss is he's a skill. Think about this for a second. So the ghost boss, like let's say you're having a 20% damage reduction with your Decrepify running on the boss. That means the boss deals 20% less damage to you with a Decrepify. But that 20% damage reduction is not... okay, so we're talking about the boss echo. So in the pit, the boss echo that's coming... the red energy that's trying to murder you and strangle you and sit on your face like the Lilith Echo. That's a skill of the boss, right? It's not like a bonus boss that you can damage reduce. So again, for example, my Decrepify, which helps me to survive against the actual boss, and it works, doesn't help me against the boss echoes. So I'm actually losing 20% of my very important damage reduction just simply because it's not an entity, right? Does that make sense to you? And that goes for a lot of damage reduction then out of the window straight away. Like damage reduction from close, I don't think works against them as well because they're like a skill and you're not close to the skill. So like you again, damage reduction from close works against the normal pit boss. But it essentially doesn't work against the... So that's like, yeah. Where I think we need more flat damage reduction temperings again. So that you could essentially get like damage reduction on just your gear. But you would say, okay, that's just then flat damage reduction. Just you know, just literally what it is. For situations like this to not be awkward as hell. Okay, what do we get? A 1 with intelligence. Useless. I'm still looking for maximum resource, like offhands, main hands, and whatsoever. We're like selling all our gear.
Much thanks, friend.
Don't worry, we'll be pushing a 115 today. So 115 was kind of like my personal goal. But in between, I'm just killing like the Blood Maidens because free gold is free gold. That explains why the big red boss makes me cry. Yep. If the big red boss was considered a boss or essentially like more closer tied to the boss or that the skill itself would also get a damage, I think that would, I don't know how they would do it, but there's definitely some things they could do to, yeah, to twiddly-dee and twerkity-do that, right? Oh, hello, sir? Oh, nothing came out of that. Just a Helltide dude. But we're only here to kill the Blood Maiden and then leave again. I'm not sure when's the last time my danger meter has been filled up. I'm actually running out of hearts at this point. Because I've been just doing the Helltide. If there's a +5 quest in the Helltide, right? I'm in. I love Season 4, but 2 bosses are too much. The problem is that without the boss echoes, it would be boring. I mean, the pit without boss echoes would just be boring. I'm not saying that the boss echoes is the perfect solution. The way they're done is not the perfect solution, right? But I tried a maximum damage reduction build, and I could take 5 hits from a pit 120 boss. So the pit 120 boss, just 5 normal hits when he just goes swinging at you, right? 5 to 6 hits, you just stand. He can't kill you with 1 hit. It's impossible. The normal actual pit boss can't do squat to you. So yeah, it's definitely the boss echoes killing you. There might be a solution to this by saying the boss echo can only do 95% damage to you. I'm not sure if this would be really a solution. But technically, you could say, hey, well, what if the boss can only do 95% damage, not more, and then you're at least not getting 1 hit, no matter what. It would still make it risky because if you then get hit by him accidentally and get hit by something else, then you are still liable to potentially die. But at least you don't lose the agency of any reaction, right? How does master working proc work? I just got a blue proc on a stat, but I wonder if upgrades with further mastering, or is it locked to blue? Blue is hit 1 time, yellow is hit 2 times, and orange is hit 3 times. With hit, we mean the 25% bonus every 4 levels. Yes, you can have a blue stat, and yes, you can improve that by another 25%. In order to get a skill to +7, you need to hit it 3 times, which is virtually impossible. I don't even know why that worked out. You know? So it's virtually impossible. It's just pure luck. If you hit a skill 1 time, then you get it to +5. So if you hit a greater affix 1 single time, it goes to +5. If you hit a greater affix 2 times, it goes up to +6. And if you hit it 3 times, it goes up to +7. That's kind of like how it works. I hope that gives you a better feeling for this. Flamethrower, dude, he's going places. And the place is not hell because he's sending everyone else to hell. I have a CDR GA Shaco 1212. Should I use in this build? Nope. Even if your Shaco had wings and was pooping butterflies, still not. It just simply ain't good. I mean, I have a greater affix Shaco with max life that gives me 3,000 max life. Kind of cool, right? Still useless for this build. They could have designed the pit bosses in 2 phases like the tormented bosses. I mean, technically the pit boss has 2 phases with Lilith coming in phase 2, right? Yes, Sauerkraut, you do get ancestral uniques or ancestral items from the wolves, but later tiers give ancestral items. Think about what Vermacht actually means. You get connections. Tell Blizzard 2 bosses are going away. We have active conversations going on. There is a partner feedback where we continuously... I can look into the partner feedback right now. I think everyone agrees that 1-hits just feel terrible. So that's generally the note of the partner feedback. When you have to understand that obviously all the partners are like hardcore grinders. So often there's sometimes the voice of the casual player missing. I don't expect much to change this season. That's the thing. We will have a mid-season update, guys. Ranked. We will have a mid-season campfire chat. We will, like, these things will happen, right? I'm just not sure how much influence can it really have. Like, are they truly going to change that much? I don't think we're going to see fundamental big changes. Correct? Is there a different team for season 5? They have two teams, a season 3 and like a season off season and on season team, off season, on season, odd and even season team. But all teams work with what is there right now. So you have Diablo as a whole team, right? The Diablo team, and you have their odd season theme team and their even season theme team, as it seems, right? It was never confirmed that exists, I think, but as it seems. That being said, though, like the main mechanics like tempering, masterworking, and so on, and like the pit bosses, I think they're being done by the overall Diablo team. So these main mechanics, they have nothing to do with the season. I mean, like season 4 is not a season. Season 4 is a fundamental rework of the game. And that's why we also have to talk about these things, because the way how the pit is designed right now is just not perfect yet, right? I mean, we're not saying bad, we're not saying good. It's just not perfect yet. I think there's room for approval, but we need that approval too, because this is what we're dealing with. This is the future now, right? And if we don't give feedback, if we don't push Blizzard now, then that's what we're getting. That's your Diablo 4 for the time being. And this is why I highly encourage you to do send feedback, please, to Blizzard. You know, tell me your feedback. I mean, I mostly think I get what the general consensus is currently. So we can have good systems for the lifetime of Diablo. Because they're not going to do another rework, right? I mean, we just got Loot Reborn. There's not going to be Loot Reborn 2.0. I mean, like, already getting Loot Reborn 1 year after the game is out is actually incredible. I mean, well, we gotta be real here for a second. Yes, Blizzard, yes, Diablo needed it, but still, getting like the complete loot system thrown out of the window, everything we have there right now, reworked is after 1 year of the game existing, despite it needing it or not, is like, not every game can do that, right? Not every game can just decide, oh yeah, we're gonna overhaul our whole system. Tempering is shit. I mean, tempering is fun, but there needs to be something done about temper durability, a potential for temper reset. I mean, temper recipes can't have 4 options. Temper recipe need a maximum of 3 options. Or, like, okay, Chad, would it help when you temper that you can choose 1 out of 2 results? Would that make things better? Because right now you temper, right, and you're kind of like, fuck, this was bad. What if you get 2 results and you can choose 1? Maybe. Still temper RNG, but more agency, more choice. The same kind of goes for re-rolling affixes. Why is it only 2 choices? Why can't it be 3 choices? That would fix a lot of pain with the re-rolling of affixes. Because having a chance to hit 3, right, or having a chance to hit 2, like your chances just net total go up, and you're having more fun. Yeah, but resetting temper obviously an option too. Like, I mean, resetting temper would be the easiest option with a potion that you could get from somewhere, right? It would probably be the easiest option, but if we don't want to talk about resetting temper, like, right, maybe Blizzard doesn't want temper to be reset, then you still have to make it more convenient than it is currently. It's like the thing. My phone's saying it's 3. I'd have an eye on the time here a bit. And we're 3 hours grinding now. Don't worry, chat. We're not ending the stream this early today. We're actually streaming for a bit longer. And then we're gonna push that 115 later. And don't worry, we have cleared a 115 already. but it was sadly 2 minutes over the timer. So we got to improve our gameplay, or our pulling game. Pulling game ain't perfect. I feel like the recent changes we did, the recent temperings we hit are good. I definitely want to have the gloves up, and I definitely want to mess around a little bit with the ring I have currently before I go in. So I think we need like another hour probably of pitting, and then we can do things. What is with Bone Spear Necro, hit or miss? Miss. You can still play it if you feel like, but in order to clear tier 100, you need extremely good gear. Right? I have seen the gear that someone had that cleared a tier 100, and I have cleared myself a 61, 70, and an 80. And the sentiment is like you need absolutely like killer gear to essentially clear things with Bone Spear right now. And we're talking about like you need that gear, you know, that others then need to clear 120, and that just feels bad. You know, why can I only clear 100, right? Where others can clear 120 then, and you just can barely do it. Are you getting so stunned? You know what my favorite additions to the build are? And you might have missed this, chat. You know what my favorite additions to the build are? Because this is kind of tricky. I learned this from my rogue. Chat, I learned this from my rogue. I'm currently running Lucky Hit Immobilize, Lucky Hit Slow, and I would also run Lucky Hit Freeze on my helmet if I could.
I'm not ready yet.
And it's providing bonus stagger.
Still, you need.
I'm being a meanie.
My hammer sings on your return.
Okay, we need 1 more, then we need 5 more. Actually, we need 6 more. Holy Christ. Just, like, again, to get the 11 and 12, right? I need to do 6 more pits for 1 item. Ah. Bertrand, unyielding commander and amulet. Currently, I need to have the frenzied aspect on my amulet. I have no other choice. Nicholas, I don't have any other choice. It needs to be there. It's a bit of a bummer. And the reason for that is that I don't have enough attack speed. For cool leader, exactly. I have enough attack speed. And the reason for that is that I seem to be absolutely 100% unable. I reset my ring 4 times yesterday. Chat saw it. I have video proof. So I reset my ring multiple times yesterday. And for the love of God and everything that's holy, I am absolutely unable to hit attack speed with the masterwork. Absolutely unable. Not like 5% unable, like 100% unable. And yesterday I was a bit miffed. I was a bit unenthused. I wasn't happy, and I just gave up on masterworking my rings. This is why you don't reset our care. Nah, I will. I mean, I'm a content creator, right? I need content to create, and in order to, like, I really want to clear 115 to just have a video for that. So it's like I need to care to a degree, but I'm not gonna care. I'm not gonna care to freak out. If that makes sense. You know, if after 10 times resetting I can't hit the goddamn tempering for attack speed, then that's just it, right? I mean, I'm only a person. I might be a content creator, but at some point I'm also like I'm at my limit that I'm willing to go. Diablo 4 is a good game. I think there's like a lot of what we call them children's sicknesses to iron out still. The new system is new, and I do think that season 4 is a great learning experience. I hope we're getting soon another campfire chat, because I would like to hear from Blizzard what they think the community thinks, right? What they learned, maybe what they plan to do. So that's like kind of like I would really like to have one of these state of art. Like, we are now 3 weeks into the season, right? We have monitored the feedback. We have heard what you're saying. and we're kind of like we you know, like just a little roadmap of what they think are the main key issues, and if they already have a feeling for what they want to do about it. That would be a nice thing to get, because we're all asking ourselves what's next, right? What's the future for the systems? Is it going to continue like this now? Are you planning to change something? Is Blizzard itself happy with the system currently? Do they sense that things need to change as well, or do they not see a problem? No, I mean, maybe the data says that everyone is happy. The data that only Blizzard has access to, right? And I guess the player retention right now is showing that everyone is happy, more or less. I mean, player numbers should be at an all-time high. Kind of. And if they're not planning, for example, to give us a temper reset, then I would like to know the reason for it. Because these are like all the things, right? If they could give us a decent reason why we can't reset tempers. Maybe it doesn't fit their game philosophy, right? The way they concepted the system, that they want a little bit risk reward there. Like, you know, that this is just like what you have to live with. And then the community is like, well, we don't care. Give us the temper reset button. Because they obviously had a plan when they did it. I mean, the plan might have been bad, but it still would be nice to hear the plan. Yeah, bricking players keeps engaging in farming. Yeah, but so that's irrational to a degree, because I'm anyways farming already without bricking Rapid Raccoon. I mean, like, so far, despite bricking 1 or 2 items, like, I'm more stuck farming materials to upgrade my items than I'm stuck bricking. If that makes sense. So bricking has actually not been an issue for me. It's more I need more Neath Iron, right? I mean, we could potentially argue it. Do we need more Neath Iron per run? Because right now it's like, what are we getting? I mean, I'm getting, so why am I saying more Neath Iron per run? Because I feel it's a bit bad that from 99 to 100 you're getting 1 Neath Iron more. But a tier 99 dungeon is easy, where a tier 100 dungeon is vastly harder because of the HP gain of the mobs, right? So what I'm asking myself is a little bit why it's like a consistent 1 rise when the difficulty is not rising by 1, right? Because the difficulty is like cranking up by 40% or double or triple, right? While the rewards are only going up by a multiplier of 1. Or not even a multiplier, like it's just adding up by 1. And then you're actually able to clear 110, and a 110 is so much harder than a 100 even, right? Oh, Jesus Christ. He followed me to shoot me in the back. So 110 is so much harder than a 100. And still you're getting like 10 more. So that's maybe something we should address too. Because it kind of just no make sense. And if I knew that like a 110 would give me like 4 times the resource of a 100, then you have me farming 110s. Because right now I'm farming obviously 99s because it's the best time investment I have, right? It's happening like the fastest for me, so I don't have to waste that much time. But like, is it the hardest I can do? No, I can do harder, but it's not worth it for me to do harder because, well, I don't get anything for it, right? I mean, farming a harder right now is literally, you're getting punished. Right, if you decide to farm a harder dungeon because you kind of want to, you're getting punished by getting less for your efforts. What's the most efficient pit level to farm? The 99s.
That's the spirit.
They give you the same amount of material than the 100s do.
Not a bad shame that hello shining beauty.
One less, but the enemies have 4 times less HP. That's critical strike damage, maximum life intelligence. A lot of critical strike damage. Sadly, we don't need it at all.
All finished, are you?
238k. Yeah, the gold should also rise. So the higher pit you're about to do, the more money you should get. Simple. There's just many things. Like the risk gotta be worth the reward. If I am farming 120s with Holy Bolt Elixir, may it be what it is. I don't want to be like, you know, I don't want to even get enough resources to like repair my gear when I die.
Hello shining beauty.
Most efficient obol farm is probably spamming nightmare dungeons. Technically, it's also like doing a pit, because if you can fly through a pit level, if you can
Full transaction.
do a pit in 3 minutes, you're always getting 250 obolts. Right? Now you could say we're high horse complaining, right? You could say we're high horse complaining. But again, we just want a good game. I have the same gear. I have the same as your gear. I don't think you have the same as my gear, or you would have 50,000 life. Do you have 50,000 life? Sir, do you have 50,000 life? Why the aspect of elements now? Well, I did do the math. I did try out some things, and I did run the dungeon multiple times with the aspect of elements. And it's a funny aspect that actually gives a 30% damage multiplier every 7 seconds. And it's kind of like, yeah. It's working. It's a really funny one. I mean, we did try out the aspect of the inner calm, but the problem is as soon as you move a centimeter, you're losing 20% damage multiplier. Right? And it just felt a bit iffy against bosses. It wasn't bad, but it just felt a bit iffy. But the aspect of elements has been a nice, consistent boost to our damage that has been working out way better than I gave it credit for, or would have thought it ever would, right? You have a sell all button. No, you don't. Yes, you can mark everything as junk and sell everything with 1 click, but that's the same time investment of as right-clicking everything. I've seen this comment now so many times, and it's every single time. So if I mark everything as junk and then right-click to sell everything, that's actually 1 click more than just selling everything in the first point, right? So that's not really a sell all button. That's just sell all copium. It's even a 1 click more. Right? Why do I do 1 click more? We do 1 click less.
I need more time.
So yeah, but sell all button would be obviously appreciated. Tiny things. But these are tiny things that are realistic to happen, right?
I need more time.
What D4 needed is a dungeon like the vault. I mean, the vaults could have just stayed in the game. Like literally just leave the vaults in the game.
I need more time.
For all I care, you could have even let the arcane tremors in the game, because the arcane tremors are really cool. They were providing us a constant amazing stream of whispers and so on. Like, the vault and arcane tremors were like a fun, good mechanic that actually enriched the game. Now, obviously, if you keep the vault and the arcane tremors in the game, it might limit future seasonal design, because you kind of have like too many things going on in the overworld. but I really like the vaults, and I'm a bit salty that they actually took them out. Because I found like the vaults were like the single brilliant thing in season 3. Not the robot, not Malphus, not anything. I just really liked the vaults. They were like nightmare dungeons, only that they were fun. Sorry, I'm not a big fan of nightmare dungeons. I just really enjoyed flying through a vault, you know, avoiding the traps, like dashing around a little bit, then getting to the end boss. The end room was like fun. I really loved the end room, like positioning yourself smart, then nuking the whole room. It is kind of cool. And then you open the chest, and every chest is like, oh, loot, 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 and gold, 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 gold. I really had a lot of fun with vaults. Evernight was cool. Evernight was cool, but I'm just talking about the vaults in general, not the glyphs, right? Just vaults. Also, I really got to look out to not like walk into all these explosions, chat. I'm sorry. I'm more reading chat at this point than actually, you know, like paying much attention to the dungeons. So we might just die in between. Also a reason why we truly never want to play hardcore. Just playing hardcore means not looking at chat. I mean, maybe you just don't want to be talked to. Is there a way to reduce the RNG? No. But what RNG are we talking about? The drop RNG? No. I mean, the only way to reduce the drop RNG for uniques is by killing bosses that have the respective uniques, right? Saying that your only way to influence RNG in some way, target farm respective bosses in the boss ladder. Wouldn't really call that a reduction of the RNG though, but hey, something. At least something. Putting till PoE 2, that's never an answer. I mean, PoE 2 will be great, don't get me wrong, but it's still PoE 2, you know. I do actually personally have always preferred Diablo over PoE. No matter how much fun I have with PoE as well, it's still Path of Exile. And sometimes it's just too hardcore for me, you know? Too complicated for someone who just wants to lean back and slay demons. Or better than the Stockwater. Yeah, but that's a you know? It's a you that enjoys PoE. You gotta understand that you're enjoying the hardcore game. If you like PoE, I think you could do well. I like PoE, but I don't like it as much as Diablo. It's a fun game, like Last Epoch. I also did like Last Epoch. Still though, not as much as Diablo. They're all fun games and they have their place in my heart, right? And I'm not even a diehard Diablo fan, so this is not coming like from like some place of I've played Diablo since Diablo 2, blah 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 blah. Nah, I just enjoy Diablo more. Where do you blood mist into enemies? Because I can. Mainly because I can. I mean, I could also just walk into them, but mainly just because I can, to be honest. There's not necessarily a reason. It's just, well, okay, you just spawned me all the way back here after I was at the boss. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I need more time.
Do you remember what you played in 2016? 2016 was Hearthstone. A lot of Hearthstone. And then some more Hearthstone and like even more Hearthstone. So Hearthstone. There was sort of like literally a Hearthstone. And then on top of Hearthstone, we played some Hearthstone. And then we added some more Hearthstone to the fray. And after playing a lot of Hearthstone, like 10 hours per day, we played some more Hearthstone, you know? And then on top of all that Hearthstone we were playing, guess what? You saw it coming. You probably anticipated this, but there was some more Hearthstone. And that was like really my one game streaming times where we like were still young and new to the whole streaming thing, and we were growing a lot. So it was like you gotta hug this game to death no matter what. because that's giving you the most growth. So you don't have a choice. It's going to be Hearthstone, and then more, and then more, and then more. And if you don't stream the one game you enjoy the most, then you're going to drop all your viewers straight away. You know how it is. You know, the standard struggles of new content creators. It might be Blood Mist debuffed or something. No, we do have a Blood Mist into Corpse Explosion aspect running. That only works if there's actually corpses around. So if there's no corpses around, it's not working, right? And now we go, okay, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Are you ready to hit Skeletal Mage Mastery another time? Are you ready? Are you using Harlequin Crest? No, Harlequin Crest is useless for this and for actually every single Necro build that is minions. I love when you stream New World. New World was brilliant. And I will say if I wasn't a content creator, I would probably play New World every single week to catch up with the game and then keep playing and then catch up with the game and keep playing. The thing is that New World for a content creator is not a good game, right? I mean, if I was still like, if I was playing New World as a content creator, I would essentially have to stop being full-time, right? It's a harsh reality. Might suck to say this, right? But it's just literally if I was literally creating New World content on the daily, I would have to get a job. That is not content creation, because obviously content creation is a job. And stop being a full-time creator. But then I could play New World. I mean, Diablo 4 is obviously right now very nice and comfortable and working good. We get Elden Ring up and coming that will also be played. So the Elden Ring DLC chat, you'll see a lot of live streams for this. We'll probably platinum the Elden Ring DLC, because why wouldn't we? I might not have 3 times the platinum trophy in Elden Ring, so I definitely want to have the platinum trophy in the DLC as well. So we're going to do that for sure. And there will be a lot of guides for that coming too. The next seasons of Diablo as well. I mean, PoE 2, we will definitely play. There's no question. So you'll get PoE 2 guides. If Last Epoch ever gets some interesting updates, there's also going to be Last Epoch content more again coming, plus live streams. And everything will obviously be live streamed always. And this is kind of like what happens, right? All the content I create is pre-curated before on the live streams. That we are essentially checking this all out together with you. And then we're making the respective guides afterwards to then for the TLDR Falcon that don't have time to watch every single live stream. How dare you? I thought we were friends. Terrible. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's another big game I'm looking forward this year. I mean, Terrace Land is coming out, but I mean, that's the Chinese World of Warcraft clone, right? Elden Ring DLC is definitely going to happen, but I'm not sure like if there's another big one I'm super interested in. I mean, there's a lot of tiny ones. So there's a lot of, there's some Souls-like games coming. There's Black Myth Wukong coming at some point. There's some RPGs. So there was a lot of games on the horizon. I'm more like interested in just seeing how well they do, right? But nothing where I'm like, this is a must, you know? I mean, Stellar Blade, for example, I didn't expect Stellar Blade to actually be good. Stellar Blade was the game with the hot lady where they made her booty look very good, and it turned out to be an absolute goddamn incredible Souls-like game with one of the best Souls-like comments I've ever played. So that was a big W. Sadly, it wasn't going that well on YouTube, but still it was a big W. Loved Stellar Blade. Great game. Absolute killer. Also, I got a bunch of cute outfits for my character, just saying. Why would you rather have 3 different lucky hit temperings than stack them? Because every lucky hit tempering has a chance to happen. That means there's 3 different instances of stagger. If you have 3 different lucky hit temperings that you then stack, there's 1 potential instance of stagger that could trigger. I'd rather have like 3 instances of trigger that, of stagger that could trigger. Now, both probably are as likely to trigger as not. I mean, the chance is just simply not high for them to trigger. But if they all 3 trigger, it's just a consistent blast of stagger happening. Can you make a lazy monster work for high pits? No. Pits is active gameplay to a degree. The boss fight cannot be lazy monstered. Thing is that you want, like, for a lazy monster, corpse explosion would have to do a lot of damage, and even in a shadow build, corpse explosion is currently not doing that much damage. There is a blight monster, for example, working out, which is like the shadow damage over time necro, but even that blight monster is relatively active, to be honest. You can play the Ring of Sacrilegious Souls, obviously. It's just a subpar choice currently. We're not saying that you can't. We're just saying it is a subpar choice. I mean, you can do a lot of things. That doesn't make them good choices, right? Oh, this could turn out bad. Yeah. Could turn out bad if I wasn't just blood misted in the moment where you try to be cool. See, our stagger is kind of incredible. We're doing a lot of staggers even in the phase 2. Oh, a two-handed scythe with 2 greater affixes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's happening. Everyone, grab your breastplates. It was a sword, not a thingy, and it's maximum life and life on hit. We get robbed. We get robbed. So sad. So much hype for nothing. Sadness. Oh, that's a perfect cooldown reduction thingy, though. That's kind of nice. I like that. What's the general best Uber unique? Still the Harlequin Crest, despite not being good for minion necro. The good thing about the Harlequin Crest is that you can put it on with level 35, right? That means as soon as you're level 35 with any character, you could just give it the Harlequin Crest. Yeah. That's actually kind of fucking nice, ain't it? Okay, we need 2 more. 2 more, then the glove is done. Is it worth it to switch to Golem 5.0 over 4.0? It's a slight improvement. Again, every version of the Golem build has been good from 3.0 on. It's just that newer versions have just come to some conclusions on how some aspects work, like how they really interact, how they multiply or not multiply. So it's like a slow getting better. I'm going to be long gone by mid-season. I don't know if we even get a mid-season. I mean, right now I'm quite excited to keep playing because my goals would be getting another character to... I want to get another character to 100, like the Druid. Then I want to try to beat the Pit 100 with the Druid as well, obviously. And my Rogue is currently insane in the Pit, but I know Rogue is actually better than Necro and can achieve higher. So I'm kind of tempted to see how deep I can go with a Rogue as well, because that's like kind of cool watching like Rogue attempts. Because honestly, I have like watching Necromancer videos can be kind of boring, where the Rogue watching a Rogue play is kind of fun, the way they play, the way how they do things. So yeah. Kind of tempted. Honestly, this season really has me gameplay-wise quite interested to see what I can actually do. I mean, again, I'm not interested enough to absolutely slave away, right? To just try to get the perfect 12 masterwork rolls on every single item. No. No. But then, like, with essentially the resources you have, with the will that you put together, like, how deep could you go, right? I mean, is there always going to be an Asian person who probably put way too many hours in and who absolutely grinded the life out of things? And if you look at their gear, Jesus Christ, why do you even exist? But if I see someone that has like 4 items, triple greater affix that are exactly what they're looking for, I'm like, sure, I don't care. right? It's like, hey, I'm grinding the pit 130, and you're looking at their gear, and it's like, okay, yeah, I can see why you're grinding pit 130, but I'm really not willing to put in that amount of effort. You know, like I'm happy for you, but no. I'm really happy for your gear. I'm happy for you, but no, thank you, appreciate it, but no, not happening. Yeah, it's like, I mean, it looks great. Honestly, when I see someone with perfect gear, I'm like, fuck yeah, that looks amazing. But no. Ain't gonna happen for me. And I'm the content creator, right? I mean, like, I've seen so many people have absolutely incredible gear. And I'm like, I've been playing the game literally nonstop since I spawned. Right, I've been playing the game non-stop since like day one of the release here of season 4, and then there's some people that have never created a single YouTube video, right? That don't even post on YouTube anything, like players, just gamers, like gamers, literal actual gamers. These are the true gamers that they just game, and they have so incredible gear, and I'm just like, okay. What are you doing for a living, sir? How do you have the time? Right? Because no matter how much you can buy items from the internet, I mean, like, you still have to masterwork the gear, right? This is like something, sure, you can buy things from the internet. Don't get me wrong, chat. You like, right? You can buy a lot of stuff. You can buy gold and so on. But end of the day, you still have to farm the pin, right? End of the day, you still have to do your due diligence. You have to farm your materials. You have to go into the pit. You have to do that because you can't buy neath iron anywhere, right? You can't buy the pit materials. Oh, no, I don't like that. Ah! So my main issue is I have my boots that have 1 dash. Okay, chat, my boots have one dash. So what happens is they, like, you know, if I get stuck, I get stuck. Was it 1 more or 2 more? You get a win tempering first. Yes. Tempering is quite harsh. I have to admit though, Necromancer has it quite good. The Necro temperings are, I mean, look at this. It's summoning damage, which is okay. Skeleton mage damage, which is a dud, and golem damage, right? I have a 2 out of 3 chance. And for the attack speed is also a 1 out of 3. It's actually okay. I mean, my rogue has a 1 out of 5 and a 1 out of 4, and I need to hit both perfect. There's no alternative, right? I don't hit it, I'm screwed. Simple. What is Aspect of Elements doing for the build? It does cycle to Shadow, but it's worth for the 7 seconds up and 7 seconds cooldown. The 7-second cooldown is still boosting your mages and your warriors. So you are not actually losing damage for the cycle. So your golem is getting 13% for 7 seconds, yes. And then your golem is getting nothing for the next 7 seconds, but your skeleton mages and your warriors are essentially getting more DPS. The Circle of Elements is working good enough to be worth it, because the alternative currently would be the Aspect of the Inner Calm, and the Aspect of the Inner Calm is a 10% permanently. That is a 30% if you're standing still. We kind of figured out that during the boss fights, we're never enough standing still. That I do prefer the 30% as a master blaster, because it is kind of like you can time this quite nicely. And again, if your mages are getting the 30%, hey, they're doing more damage, more DPS, more cowbell. Has been working quite nicely out to give us a little boost. in tempo.
I need more time.
Now again, would I really like to check if it's worth more DPS than intercom? Yes, I would like to check that, but for that I would need a DPS meter somewhere, right? My biggest want, a goddamn DPS meter on the target dummy. Like, please. I would like, over anything, over any other change. I don't even know what killed me. Oh, I think it was one of the lurkers who got out of the ground, because I'm currently only at 42,000 HP. I'm sorry, chat. I'm kind of lacking. 42,000 HP. Almost like I don't even care. You should totally attack the golem. You really want to do that. Yep. Those lurkers, yeah, the lurkers, they come out of the ground and they one-shot you if you don't have your potion. I mean, if I have my potion drank, I'm good. I survive. But if I don't have my potion drank, I don't survive. They eat me. They also do ignore your minions. So these shore lurkers, they go past all your minions. No matter how many minions you have, no matter how much they're like there in front of his face, like eating his girlfriend, he's gonna still walk past and he's like, I have a job to do. And that is killing this Necromancer. They're very, very diligent, very meanie boys. You could also use double pop for more HP, yeah, but not for standard, for like grinding. Do you know how much angel breath I have? Exactly none. If I'm using the elixir of anti-venom, yes, when I'm actually trying to push a pid, because then it's worth it. But when I'm like here just mucking around, getting materials together, I will not use an anti-venom. I barely have enough resources to craft them, right? I don't want to spend another day in the Helltide, because that's currently my problem. Like, I wish you could buy a lot of materials with obolts. Because what am I doing right now? Correct. I do a day of pit grinding. Then I have to do a day of Helltide grinding to get more angel breath. And then I can actually do a day of pit pushing, which then brings me back to a day of pit grinding and then a day of not the Helltide grinding to be able to do a day of pushing again. I guess the easiest way would be just literally, I don't know, buying these anti-venoms from other players if they're not account bound. I don't even know if they're account bound. I know the fortitudes are not account bound, so those you can actually get from other players, but the anti-venoms, I'm not sure if they're account bound. I had to do the Helltide bug 2 days for 5k. Jeez. Sorry, no Helltide bug for me. Is the build guide updated? Yes, we literally this morning uploaded the full build guide with all the explanations, with also the billion damage rotation explanation, with the gameplay loop, with why we're putting which aspect where, with the paragon guide changes and all that kind of stuff, nicely wrapped up together in one full guide with all the information in verbal form. You can buy anti-venoms for 600k each. I don't have that money. How do I look like? Some rich content creator? What color is your Lamborghini? Exactly. No Lamborghini. I spend everything on elixirs of anti-venom. Seriously. No one can afford that in this economy, right? We're busy buying potions. Sorry, mate. Good. Okay, the final temper on the gloves. ladies and gentlemen, I want you all to raise your arms to the sky, wherever you are, and pray to whoever you believe in. SpongeBob, Buddha, the almighty spaghetti monster, whatever it is. Because the only thing we don't want it to hit is corpse tendrils. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 other choices that we do want it to hit. Okay? It's pretty good. I'm not even going to complain. That this actually like crit damage, mage mastery, and golem damage. And if we wanted to, we could re-roll the crit damage into intelligence, because this is the thing, right? So we can take the crit damage because the crit damage is nice, or you would re-roll the crit damage to essentially give you more int, and the int would give you also more golem damage. So that is an option. You could also go for more attack speed still. So that's possible to change if I want to. But it's actually a really good upgrade. I think we did a good job with that glove. I'm kind of happy now. It's +5 ranks. So the next item we would have to go further with is probably... I don't know if this goes up to +4. I actually have to consult. If you have a normal rank and you trigger a upgrade on 4... That's then 3, like you get 1 proc, 3, 3, 3. It should go to 4 with the next upgrade. Yeah, so if I upgrade this one more time, and that one more time upgrade cost me 50, it should go up to 4. Actually try that. If I could get that to 4, that's nice. And then we try the ring. Okay? So what we're going to do, guys, is let's do like 3 more hits, then try to masterwork the ring. Okay. And finally, we're going to attempt the 115. Because 115 was my goal today. Just very, very relaxed. If we can knock down a 115, I would be quite happy. I mean, before I'm going to probably go upstairs and give me a Salzstange. Also a salty stick. And I'm going to check if my family is still not rioting upstairs. By the way, chat, let me tell you that our May month has been the best month I've ever had on YouTube in the past 11 years of content creation. So it took me only 11 years of content creation, you know, of doing the thing I love doing to finally get this good month on YouTube. So shout out to all of you for actually watching, supporting, going crazy on Twitch, you know, watching these guides, sharing these guides especially. So like, thank you for actually, you know, sharing this, because I've seen my content has been shared quite a lot. I can see that in my statistics. So shout out to all of you. That's great. I mean, considering that our house has like a very crucial flaw that needs to be fixed because one of the companies that ruined our balcony went completely broke and we have to redo the whole balcony that I spend way too much money on. It's kind of nice to have like very good month on YouTube too, where you know, yay, yay, we might be actually able to afford that shit. Because we can't sue anyone because they don't have any money left. But GG. Thumbs up, chat. Keep hustling. You know what the most fun part about YouTube is? That no one paid for it. Know what I mean? So like the thing with Twitch is always, right? Twitch is obviously also ad income, but it's like Twitch Prime subs and, you know, gifted and all that kind of stuff, which we're very grateful for. But the fun part about YouTube money is that, I mean, we paid for it in some way, right? But it's essentially like that my YouTube income is ad money, right? It's like the money that advertisers pay for you watching videos and actually not using ad block, which is kind of cool because, you know, it's like free money. Because none of you had to pay for it. Kind of like it's a cool thing. Isn't Grandfather good on Necro? Nope. The only reason Grandfather was good on Necro was the amazing amount of crit damage plus, and then paired together with the amazing amount of life plus. That was why Grandfather was absolutely going bonkers in overpower builds. The thing is, well, if you want to have something to go absolutely bonkers in overpower builds right now, you're just going to take yourself a weapon with a greater life affix on, and then you're going to get overpower tempering on it. And yeah. Best way to farm gear, Helltide Lady. You're going to summon the Helltide Lady, clap her cheeks. Then you're going to summon the Helltide Lady, clap her cheeks. And then you're going to do it again. And preferable, you're going to find 2 or 3 people that do it together with you. And while you're doing it, you're going to pop a mind cage. And while you're having the mind cage pop, you're going to get like that Helltide threat meter pumping. And then you're going to have your friend or the rando that's with you have their Helltide meter pumping too. And then that friend is going to have the Helltide meter pumping too. And then as you're actually clapping the cheeks of the Helltide Lady, you're going to get that all like popping off. And then you're going to do it again. And then you're going to do it again. And you're going to do it again. It's like literally the best gear farm in existence. And the coolest part is you can initiate this by literally summoning the Helltide Lady a single time. And suddenly 20 people are going to be around you like pigeons that are super interested about the breadcrumbs on the ground. So that's kind of nice. I mean, it's the best thing that actually happened to Helltide, that summoning the lady triggers like this white circle, and everyone in the Helltide is like, oh no, she's being summoned, I must move there. Yeah. And preferable, if you do it with others, let them put in their stones too, exactly so they get the loot buff. Because in case you didn't know this, guys, if you summon the Helltide Lady, and if you put in one of the stones yourself, you get double the loot, roughly. Right? I know some people might have missed that. So more loot. And more loot is always great. I've gotten most of my equipment pieces I have right now. Most of my like greater affixed items that like the golem chest and so on, it has all been from the Helltide Lady. Because that's where you factually spend most time. I mean, right now, if I wasn't farming the pit for material, I would be in the Helltide. Right? Because where else would I be? Nightmare dungeons? Blah, 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 blah. Who wants to go into Nightmare dungeons? Especially because I can farm the Helltide AFK, right? But let's not forget the point where you can literally farm the Helltide AFK. Or compared to other content where you have to actually be there. Imagine having to actually do content like by doing content instead of just like AFK farming that. What do you have to put on for more loot in the Helltide? There's an item called a Mind Cage, a profane Mind Cage, and you get that for killing the Hellborn opponents that try to kill you when you have your threat meter fully blasted up in the Helltide. And those Mind Cages, they increase the level of your enemies by 10 levels in the Helltide, but that's actually not the interesting part. The interesting part is where they're also making your threat meter rise faster so that you would be getting more threat. And therefore you get invaded more often, and then you get more Hellborns, and then you get more, and it's just a more. Okay, which Lilith are we getting? Oh, I was thinking like that would actually take her out. I am saddened that the last 2 golems were not so cool. Oh, we get another chest armor, and it's Turiel's Might. No, it's not. Imperfectly balanced. A helmet with 3 to curse skills. That might be the single-handed most useless item I have ever seen. Wow, that's kind of like a greater affix curse. I hate you. Thank you for listening. The item you're looking for is a profane mind cage. At least it's not HP per second. Surprisingly, my chest has HP per second, Makilda. And it's not bad. How are corpse explosions being triggered? It's magic. How will I know? It's actually magic, right? The blood mist corpse explosion aspect. So it's actually magic in this case. Actual magic. Magic. Good. This should go up to... Oops, sorry. I didn't mean to throw that away. This should go up to +5. The mage mastery. To +4.
So Vex here.
Ta-da! Whoop, whoop. Okay, now we want to break the ring, redo the ring, break the ring, and redo the ring. For this, we need to do, I think, 2 more that we can actually do that. And then we can yell at the screen if it fails. Does that sound like a good plan? Does that sound like a good plan? It does. Sadly, you can't trade Ubers? Well, that's the only last thing that's Uber about Ubers, that you can't trade Ubers, right? I guess that's the last thing left. Mr. Untergang, good to see you there. Get +6 on chest. No. I am not going to even bother getting my chest to +6. My chest is +5, and I'm happy with that. That's it. I'm fine. You know? The chest is good. It's not, but I really don't want to, like, I mean, in order to get my chest remaster worked, I would have to now do how many pits? I think in order to get my chest, I need to like 8 pits or so to get my chest up. I don't want to do 8 pits only to do my chest up, where it just got +12, right? I mean, before I do that, can I like try to get my ring to +12 as well? Because technically getting my rings up is the biggest DPS boost, because getting my rings up to 12, which I haven't yet, is going to be a attack speed net total boost, and more attack speed is more DPS, right? Because my minions attack faster. I mean, no matter that the golem damage with the golem trigger is like your main damage, your minions are still DPS, right? You're still damage per second, so... You get your chest to +7 first try. Yeah, so that's admirable. Also, moderators, can you... Yeah, good. Thank you. I mean, like, you look at that. I got my helmet to +7 too. How bad would you be if you get a greater affix chest after fully master working years? I mean, if it's a better chest, I would be happy. Like, that's the point. Like, a better item is a better item. I wouldn't even be mad. Like, if you give me a double greater affix something, right? It's just a good thing. That's difference, right? I mean, having to reset this item right now, I'm just simply not going to do it, because it wouldn't be worth it for the same item. If you now get me a new item that has 2 greater affixes and I get the good temperings on it, guess what? I'm happy. That's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. That's a reason to be happy. But, you know, like, you have a reason to then tinker with that item. Again, like, reworking the same item again, because like end of the day, the only thing I could get is maybe a better master working. A double greater affix item would obviously be just cool.
I need more time.
Attack speed is capped. Why go over 100%? That is wrong. Attack speed is capped to 100% per attack speed bucket, which is kind of like your attack speed bucket and the minion attack speed bucket. So you can actually have, I can have 100% attack speed, and my minions can have 100% attack speed. So there's more than just 100%. I mean, right now I have 100% attack speed with my attack speed and essentially the aspect of the Frenzied Dead. So I can get more attack speed to have my minions actually hit still faster. The 100% attack speed cap, obviously for cult leader, is that, but again, your DPS can be higher. Where can I see your build? Exclamation mark Diablo 4 shows you my mobalytics profile, and this is currently the final build that we uploaded. Or you can look at the YouTube video that we uploaded that has all the explanations too. Because I personally prefer to make a guide that has a video portion and a mobalytics guide then, So you essentially have also the explanation. Because often people ask me things like, how does this work or how does that work? Where it's actually explained in the video. So sometimes the like a written guide is missing some bonus context that is better explained in words. Personally. Anyone want to carry me Lilith for 50 million? 50 million? I'm not even waking up for 50 million. I mean, seriously though, I can't help you with Lilith because I refuse to do Lilith carries. Lilith is like the last big challenge left in the game, and it might sound cheesy, but I really want you to do that yourself. I'm sorry. I'm a cruel content creator. Yeah, I know. But I really want you to do it yourself. Like to experience the pain, the suffering, to go through this and get it fucking done. Like, you're amazing. No participation trophy. You got this. You put in the work. You put in the effort. You get the Lilith kill. You don't put in the work and the effort. You don't get that Lilith kill. You don't deserve it. I'm sorry. I'm a big meanie. One, two, three, four, five. Oh, we almost blasted him in that one face. My favorite part, when you get the sharpshooter almost like completely obliterated in that one face, right? Nah, didn't even see Lilith. Sharpshooter is such a weakling in terms of like his actual HP. Okay, one more, then we can start the ring. Okay, Chad? You try to get our, we killed Lilith yesterday with the updated version. So with this build, we killed her yesterday. And the reason why it's going better, I mean, we have more damage with the aspect of elements. We had more stagger because of the new temperings. So they did a good job with the damage to slow tempering and so on. Yeah. And we did a 1 billion damage hit to her. And we did a 1 billion damage hit to her. So that kind of helped. Good. Let's reset my ring. So my ring has currently double maximum life, which is kind of useless. What we could reroll on the ring is, what can we actually reroll? We could reroll the critical strike damage to anything we want, which could be all damage, which could be intelligence, which could be whatever, right? So there's still like some room for approval on the ring. We could even reroll it into critical strike chance. So now let's reset this shit and go for 1, 2, 3, 4 and see if we get attack speed, because I want to get attack speed and I never get it. That's not bad. I have a hard time being mad about this. I have a hard time not being happy about the golem damage and just like, okay, you know what? How about fuck attack speed? It was 3 of us. Is it easier alone? It is 100 billion% easier alone. The thing about the thing about having more players is that you essentially double her HP, then you triple her HP, and then you quadruple her HP. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Woo! Wait, let me temper another ring 4 times beforehand. That's okay. I'm fine with this because, again, if I want to, I could reroll into intelligence to get even more damage out of this. I need another 150 right now to get 2 more levels out of this. I kind of want to get, wait, how much is the second level? So wait, the second level is 100. The first level is 50. So I would need 200. I need 250. So we need 5 more pits to get them both to the level where we want it to be. Okay, so we need to do 5 more pits, and then we can do a pit push. Finally, after 4 hours of pitting around. Let's make the last push a bit quicker, huh? Chan, let's make the last push a bit quicker for the next 15 minutes. Because I'm just want to finally go deeper. So now you're putting on the super cheese. What happens, chat? Holy Bolt Elixir. Do you notice the difference, how stupid this is? That's why, and that's why I really dislike using it, because it's just like, see, that's just like, where's the challenge? Where's the cowbell? I mean, can I still die? Sure. But do my enemies just die like they're made out of paper? Yeah. It's almost like you don't even have to try anymore. Or just kill a random opponent that's not even an elite, and all the elites just die. It helps a ton. So honestly, if you're farming, just use it as much as you want, right? But if you're pit pushing, at least be honest with yourself and don't use it, right? Unless you're really interested in going 150 and below, because if you're interested in going 150 and below, you have no other choice, right? This is like the important thing. If you really want to go deep into the pit, right? Really, really deep into the pit. At some point, you have no choice but to use it. Because otherwise, like, there's just no realistic way to go deeper. There's just a limit how much damage per second you can do. Like, there's just a mathematical limit how deep you can essentially get with your build. Because at some point, you're just not going to do enough damage anymore. No matter how much perfect, greater, masterworked, affixed, you have everything right. There's just like, stop. Done. You can only do that much billion damage without the Holy Bolt. I think for Necro, it's looking like 130 currently. I mean, the most achieved golem with a perfect gear, with the absolute golden gear, right, is currently 127. And they've already been at so they have been at 126 for 2 weeks now. Now let's say for like 10 days roughly, I think. And not been able to go deeper, right? So that tells you everything, how much they had to like fiddle-dee-dee on their gear to actually get even deeper. Is the missed movement speed required or just preference? I just tempered it. It was just like, you know, I just got it. Normal movement speed is better than missed movement speed. The only thing I like about missed movement speed is that you zoom in, right? Like, and you might not know this, but Necromancer is slow as fuck, right? So yeah. That's why I enjoyed the zoom in. So that was the Holy Bolt in comparison to the normal push. Tempo-wise, not much of a difference, but it just takes some risk out as well, because you're just destroying everything with a one hit, right? Oh, poor dude actually has ads. No, poor dude has ads, but you might die even before we get to the ad stage. Again, Holy Bolt Elixir, another reason why Holy Bolt is kind of like stupid, right? It doesn't work against bosses that don't have ads. Because in order to make it work, you have to explode ads, right? But what if your enemy doesn't have ads? I mean, this one does, but what if? Then it's kind of like it does not do anything anymore. Okay, that was the first. Now we need 4 more, correct? To get our rings, not perfectly masterwork, but each 2 of them. That's going to boost my life a little bit more. And then we're looking pretty good. I mean, apart from like wanting just better items. Does decrepifying enemies multiple times do anything more than cursing them once? Yes. There is a diminishing return of the stagger. I tested it against the target dummy. So let's say the decrepify does a stagger of 12 on your first decrepify. Okay, so the stagger value is actually 12. If you then decrepify after, it's a stagger value of 8. And then you decrepify, it's a stagger value of 4. And then you decrepify, it's a stagger value of like 1 or something. So it's like quadratic going down. So generally speaking, yes, if you spam decrepify, you can actually do more stagger. What I recommend is waiting a bit. So if you wait like 3-4 seconds and then re-decrepify, then the stagger value actually doesn't deplete. So you're getting like more out of your decrepify to like re-stagger essentially. It's kind of nice, I have to say. You'll get used to it at some point. I mean, end of the day, the build doesn't use any essence, so just spam decrepify as you feel comfortable with. I really don't see what actually killed me there. Probably that thingy. So just don't feel bad about like re-decrepifying because you just do that. You just spam it. End of the day, more's more, right? Doesn't hurt. You'll develop like a decrepify compulsion at some point, and then do it way too often. You always do. Ow, stop spitting at me, spiders. Very annoying. No one likes you. Like seriously, no one likes you. And everything dies. Whee! I kind of want to leave this part of the dungeon to just go to the second part where there's no ice spitting spiders. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. You all come. You have a website for this build? Yes. We have it on our YouTube uploaded, and there's also a link to the build guide in the description. Why am I always guiding you to my YouTube? So you go watch the guides. They're great. You should watch them. It's fantastic content. Do it now. Tell your friends. Be like, I found this amazing guide myself. I'm amazing. Share it. Get that social credit. Be like, did you know? And yes, before you ask, this build is good for everything. Tormented bosses, Lilith, Pid, tier 100s, farming, level 1 to 100 even. Like, it's actually stupid. The build really works nicely from 1 to 100 too. Does spamming a race skeleton interrupt or cause any problems? Should I wait before the cast? So what you want to do is you want to spam your race skeleton until you have 5 up. Boom. Then you're going to wait for this to go down again. So your flesh eater node to go down. And then you're going to straight up spam 5 again. Why are you not going to senselessly spam 5 the whole time? Well, you do want to keep some corpses up that you're never in this situation where you spammed it so much that you're actually out of corpses, right? That's like the only reason to like hold on the super spammy whammy. But you also want to make sure that obviously the green bar is continuously running down here, because what is that green bar? The green bar that's running down there is the Skeletal Priest bar. So that your Skeletal Priest is currently being summoned and it's currently healing and it's currently empowering your minions to actually do shadow damage and get the aphotic aspect roll in. So that's kind of like that. You want it to go invisible. You saw it right in front of your eyes, chat. You want it to be a douche nozzle. What a twad. So yeah, that's kind of like what you're going to be doing. I mean, doing normal like pit pushes at this stage, you don't really care about getting the flesh eater node up, because the 40% bonus damage is overkill. Like you're gonna get things cleared without it as much as you do with it. But for the boss, you really need to like learn the rhythm on that. The biggest problem is that your flesh eater sometimes runs out of the picture, so you don't actually know if you have the 5 stacks up or not. And that is something that Blizzard really needs to fix, because right now with double potion and all the things going on, the buff bar, I need to be able to prioritize what I want, right? Because I want to see only certain like skills, right? I don't need to see, for example, the critical strike chance increase from my inspiring leader. I know that it's there, right? I know it's there. It doesn't need to be in my buff bar. I don't need to see it there in my buff bar. It doesn't help me to see it there, because it's just clutter, clunky clutter. So that's a minor thing to work on as well, right? To have us like not be overburdened with like buffs we don't need. Oh wow, he just got, oh god, Jesus, he got eaten. Triple greater affix gloves, chat. Okay, so what could it be? What could triple greater affix gloves be? Huh? Skeletal mage mastery, maximum life and intelligence. What could it be? Now. Elemental resistance, control impair reduction, and life per second. They're not bad. They're not bad. Not for this build, but not bad. I mean, max life and attack speed is actually really good for my rogue. This is good for my rogue, and then I reroll into vulnerable damage. Actually, that's it. That's for my rogue. Like, screw the third stat for resource cost reduction because that doesn't do anything. But if I reroll that into vulnerable damage, we're cooking. That's 100 million right there. Yeah, probably. I could just sell it for money. I could probably get more. You know, if I'm not like eager on selling it, right? I just put it up and I just wait. Could be making money with that too.
Well, hello, shining. Not a bad tool, that. Hello, shining.
No greater affix item. Sadness. How do you get items with plus cooldown on it? You get fucking lucky. I would highly recommend to just oval gamble for it. And for the plus rank items, oval gambling is, end of the day, your biggest friend. Because you can get them in normal and greater affix, and you might get lucky. Some Stork might pay a lot. I think the resource cost reduction is pretty banger. Just not for any build I play. Because I don't need resource cost reduction at all. Okay, we wanted to masterwork this item once. Get even more attack speed out, and now I need another 50 and another 100, so 3 more. Then we get both items pumped up.
I need more time.
The good old RNG, yes, the good old RNG. There's no safety. There's no way to guarantee getting things over. One thing I do like about the last Epoch crafting system is that you can essentially force some affixes to appear on stuff. That will never happen for Diablo, I think. Right? But it's like kind of the thing, right? There is some cool systems out there that are very nice. I just don't see Diablo implementing any of these kind of systems, right? Which is just what it is. I really did like, though, playing last Epoch, getting the skill shards, and then essentially being like, oh yeah, my boots should be having exactly the skill I want. So I'm going to take the skill shards that I farmed, and I can put that over, and we're happy. Right? You use Bloodgetters. Bloodgetters' health's healing up. The problem is the damage is not double dipping. I did some tests this morning because I really wanted to know. So the thought is the Bloodgetters aspect says it is giving you the Skeletal Priest effectiveness by 70%, which means you get another 21% damage boost. And I was hoping that the Bloodgetters aspect would actually be double dipping, and the 21% boost would also go then over to your minions, because you get 21% and your minions get down to 21%. That didn't work, sadly. So the only reason to use Bloodgetters would be for the heal, and technically the heal is neglectable because you can avoid having to heal by not taking damage, right? Surprise! How do you avoid having to heal? By not taking damage. Interestingly enough, how I actually heal the most is over my chest. My chest has 224 life per second, which is not a lot, but it kind of allows me in boss fights, in case I do take damage, to just completely ignore that, and instead of using a potion, wait for a few seconds and then heal up with that life per second. Yeah, Blood Mist also does heal your character marginally. I mean, we're healing by, what was it, 2%? 2%? No, 0.5%, right? Which is, I feel like Blood Mist should heal more. That would be nice. Or there should at least be a way to have your Blood Mist heal more. Oh, Jesus Christ. I. Would be cool. No complaints. Eye laser. Eye laser. No one likes eye laser. Sir, this is a Wendy's. And I mean, I totally did not have no reason to actually Blood Mist in there. I'm just impatient and it gives me the most movement speed I have, right? Main reason of death, impatience in this build, guys. If you farm this many pits, you're kind of like, I just want to go faster through now. Faster, faster. Oh, I'm stuck. I couldn't get past the pillar. It was blocking my attempts of getting pastiness. I feel like if we get both ranks upgraded, I'm super ready, Chad. I'm super ready to take that 115 today. And if I'm not, then I'm going to be sad, I guess. But I feel like we truly improved on all our gear pieces that we wanted to improve on. And then we also get +7 on like Skeletal Warrior Mastery, which is technically a dud. Because we'd rather have the cooldown reduction, right? But it's only a technical dud because it's actually still not bad to have. Pull it all together. No. Yeah. My Holy Bolts, by the way, ran out, which is okay. That's what was it there for? To just make the 2-3 runs a wee bit faster. Come on, chat. Yes, boss. See if we can hit 1 billion plus. Probably the most fun with this build, right? Having your golem crit high always brings joy. Oh, the golem just destroyed the whole wall that the dude put down. The bone guy just put down like that wall, and he was like, "Suffer!" And then my golem just went, and it was like destroying. You literally nuked the whole thing. He just nuked it. Or wouldn't he? Okay. Shinobi, good to see you there. Howdy, everyone. I hope you had a good start on your Monday, chat. Your weekend was pleasant. I was at a fun fair yesterday at 6 p.m. And my children, do you know these arcade games with a grabby arm where you're trying to get a fluffy pad? My children have never done this before, right? Like, they know the arm machines. And you know they're a scam, right? The arm machines don't work. We gave both of them €1 to at least try it one single time. And the fun part is they managed both to grab the pad and lift it up, and then it fell down again. Which was frustrating as fuck, right? But I was more proud of them of actually not getting frustrated about it. The claw game, exactly, the claw game. That's what it's called. They were not frustrated about not getting their cuddly pad out of it. That was admirable from a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old, because I thought, like, I didn't want to have them do it, because I was like, you know, if they're not going to get this now, they're probably going to be frustrated, because I would be frustrated. You know, I want the pad. I want the cuddly toy. But we were like, you know, if you do this right now, you might get disappointed. And they were like, we still want to do it. You know? Looks like your kid breaks their tambourines, dude. They tried at least. They grabbed it by the tail. You know, the claw essentially, it was a Pikachu, guys. Where it was the biggest scam because it was a Pikachu and the claw essentially grabbed the tail of the Pikachu and still slipped out again in the end. He was refusing to get clawed in. Admirable attempt, and the second time we get Pikachu's fat belly in one claw. Still not enough though. It was too heavy. So that was my weekend, you know, dealing with claw games and tiny trains. Kind of good, you know. If that's the only problem you've been struggling with, right? That maybe the claw game frustrates your children. Baraka, I'm not sure where the paragon board is supposedly broken because last time I checked it was actually working, but I'll be like seeing if I have time tonight to take a peek at it. Down further. Before I go into that 115 pit, I'll definitely have to run upstairs and grab myself a tiny snack because I'll play unfocused otherwise, and we don't want that, right? I want to see that pit fall. I mean, after having so many like easy boss fights, the 115 fight is going to be different. Right, it's gonna be one of these like 20 minutes later. Oh, the boss lost a bit of HP. Cool. Paragon works on phones, not on MacBook. Yes, Mobalytics is sometimes a bit iffy when it comes down to certain devices. I will actually have to talk to the boys over there. I still do like I know a lot of people are always like, hey, can you not put your guides on max roll? I for some reason I get lost on that website. I've tried putting builds on max roll, and every single time I try, I get frustrated and stop. Their system might be accurate, but something frustrates me about max roll, and I can't put my finger on it. It's just literally like I try to use it, and it's like no. How about no? How about no again? Maybe I'm too stupid. Who knows? You know, maybe that's it. But yeah, this is why I mainly don't use max roll, because it's just like weird. It's like MOBA. I'm used to. I'm essentially like I started using MOBA from the beginning, and I'm just really used to the website, and it just has. Like I have a good flow with the website, you know, ease of use for me personally. At the end of the day, I'm only one man with only that much time, so I'm flowing better with the one side. You'll be having to deal with that. Any way to incorporate Turiel's Might? Nope. If you put Turiel's Might on, you're essentially losing Golem Mastery, and that's like half your damage. It might sound crazy, but if you lose Golem Mastery, you might as well just stop playing this build and go to play Shadow Mages. That's why Turiel's Might is, by the way, being used in Shadow Mages, because it does help that build and it doesn't ruin the build. Okay. Hey, Schwilius. Minions are extremely dumb. That's why. Hey! Don't you dare. I mean, they're literally skeletons without a brain inside. Like, obviously they're dumb. And I mean, let's be real. A brain doesn't necessarily make you smart. Correct, chat?
I'm not ready yet.
Just makes you have a brain. You could still decide to go out of your blood mist while you're actually locked in next to a wall, and then you die to whatever is there. By the way, there's a bunch of elites there, but they're actually not enough. I will have to go on this side now. Yikes.
I need more time.
Don't follow this dude's build because he's not the best Necromancer, because Golem alone can clear pit 1 for 2. Sir, you know that the pit 1 for 2 build is a Holy Bolt Elixir clear, and you literally have no clue what you're talking about? I mean, it's nice to have you there. Little Alpha Wolf. Fantastic name for spewing such a random nonsense comment. But please don't waste our time, okay? Just go where little Alpha Wolves go. I don't know where they go. Like, I'm not an Alpha Wolf. I'm sorry. But interesting username. Interesting username. But good night. Complicated, chat. Complicated. It's gonna be like 10. I mean, that's why there's little in his name, right? Either he's 10 or he's 5'4" or something like that. Sorry if there's any 5'4" people in there. I consider that small. I don't know how tall 5'4" actually is because I'm German and I know I'm 6'3", but I actually don't know how tall 5'4" is. But I think it's small, but I'm not sure. So don't be offended. I think it's small. Is it small? Yeah, 5 feet like small. Yeah, please. Don't let me be wrong about this.
I'm not ready
I think probably 170 or something like that. I think. If you're 6'3", you find everything small. Yes, that's what I'm constantly saying, but people get offended when I do that. You know, 6'3" is not particularly like gigantic, right? It's just normal tall. But yes, I do consider everything below 6'2" small. Obviously, it's the privilege of the privilege of the tall people. Someone who calls himself Little Alpha Wolf is schwierig. Yes. Come back to the German word schwierig, also meaning difficult. You're absolutely right about that. Someone calling himself Alpha Wolf is definitely interesting, to say the least. Okay, one more. Then we got it. Wesker, greetings from the Netherlands. Guten Tag. Guten Tag. Moch for the Netherlands. Alpha Wolf equals to beta male. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, then again, I'm called Ponyhoff, so like I guess I can't not make fun about any other person's name. Just their behavior, not their names. Right? I'm 6'5" and think everything is made for midgets. Yes. If you're 6'5", you're allowed to be that way. But then again, I still laugh about you when you go to the airplane. You know, I think like, you know, I'm very happy only being 6'3", only quotation mark, because it's like the comfortable tall, where you still have issues for being tall, but you don't have the problem that really tall people have. Right? I mean, 6'5" people, 6'6", 6'7", they have actual problems, like real problems. As a 6'3" person, you're kind of like, yeah, sure, this is inconvenient, and you know, airplanes suck, and my legs hurt, and blah, whatever. But it's all like, it's manageable, you know, like you can handle it. If you're like taller, it's kind of like, yeah, get fucked, you know. Like the comfortable tall. 6'3" and using the restroom in airplane. It works. It works. But then again, like, you know, I try to just not go to the toilet in an airplane because it's just generally not the best of all experiences. And I'm always scared that someone is stealing my bag. I hate flying alone. You know, every time I travel somewhere, it's kind of like, someone's going to steal my stuff. Everyone is looking. I'm just going to go to the toilet. Like, how am I going to go with my backpack and my laptop and everything to the toilet in the airplane? I'm sorry. Very distrustful person as always. I had a 6'9" guy slide into my DMs the other day. I'm not sure if I fell for the 69, but 6'9" sounds uncomfortably tall. Like, what are you doing, Mr. NBA star? Is life, like, did you find shoes your size? Where do you buy your t-shirts? In a tent shop? You know, that kind of tall. My friend is 7'2" and he's getting state funds because of height inconveniences. I would write that on my Tinder profile if I had a Tinder profile. That sounds like a great conversational opener. Like, hey, do you know I'm getting state funds because I'm too tall. Yeah, listen. Does he also get like a disability card for being too tall? He's already getting state funds. Like, I'm allowed to park here because I'm too tall. Yeah, listen. Sounds like a nice problem to have. I'm getting disability checks because I'm too handsome. That's probably what your mom used to tell you. Mine too. So welcome to the Too Handsome Club. My roommate wears size 6 shoes. I never realized, but I came downstairs one day and got worried we had random kid in our house. Yeah. I always say, like, my wife has feet like this is a very probably racial profiled thing that my dad used to say. My wife has feet of an Asian princess because she also has very tiny feet. And when I look at the shoes, it looks like there's a bunch of children living in our house. And like my wife, her sister, and her mom are here. It's kind of like, oh yeah, like 3 children are visiting us. Cool. You know? It's like 3 tiny feet there. But hey, the convenient part is when your children, when they're like gonna be, I don't know, 10 or so, they can wear mom's shoes, I guess. What I don't get is how size 6 shoes and 13 shoes are the same price. You're asking the wrong question. What I don't get is how a women's haircut that's taking 20 minutes is the same price as a man's haircut that's taking 20 minutes. Because that's, you know, time is the same. So why does it cost more? Because obviously women are used to it and you can fleece them, but you know what I mean, right? Oh, that thing is gonna kill me because I'm super faster than you. Can't catch me. Sorry, had a moment there. For products used now, let's assume it would be the same amount of products used, and like it's 20 minutes or 20 minutes, and it's gonna cost 4 times the amount. Have you ever looked at it? Man's hair is shorter, less hassle to deal with, but if it's 20 minutes and 20 minutes, it's the same time. I mean, if you take 20 minutes to cut hair or 20 minutes to cut hair, it's the same time and the same effort, technically. Why would it cost more? Right? You've been a haircut for the last 10 years. Hey, I try to avoid it too. I'm not a fan of the barber. Awkward social interaction. Like there's no more awkward social interaction than going to the barber for me. I guess I'm okay, but yeah, it's the worst. Okay, we're at 42,000 life. We got our attack speed up, boosted now to a 34.2%, which is good. Which brings us at 44. Which brings us at 44.2. Right. Which makes us almost be able to put the Hellbound Commander over, but not yet completely. We got our golem damage up to almost, I think we're currently sitting with a golem damage, if I have it all up, at 5,000 because it multiplies. Is the reason Bone Spirit isn't good the nerf of overpower? Let me let me answer that question with a counter question. Why do you assume Bone Spirit is not good when currently the best Bone Spirit clear of a dungeon is a pit 120 from Mr. King Pig? That's what the person is called, King Pig. We do have a similar build, and he's clearing a pit 120, and that was a 720 million Bone Spirit and a 680 million Bone Spirit, and so on. So this is Mr. King Pig. He's doing brilliant damage, 500 million Bone Spirit. So it was nerfed, yes, but if you do it the right way, 730 million Bone Spirit, you can do quite some damage with Bone Spirit. And he actually did clear a pit 120 with it, but you have to have godlike gear for that. So the crazy part is, in order to actually have a good Bone Spirit build, and let me show you what you need. So first and foremost, you do need to have boots that have at least a triple Bone Spirit, and actually it would be better if they have a 4 Bone Spirit greater affix tempering, right? Then you need to have a chest that also, on top of that, I don't know how to write macabre as it seems. Then you need to have a chest piece like mine here that has at least +4 to macabre skills and essence per second. So this is, by the way, the best chest in existence. There is no better chest. This is the chest of chests. This is the chesticle, right? This is the chest. Nothing better exists. But that's 2 items. Then you do need a Harlequin crest or not, and you actually do need a maximum resource offhand that has maximum resource. And then you would actually need a helmet that has maximum resource greater affix as well, which is kind of hard to get. Yeah. Oh, and you do need a perfectly rolled Banished Lord's Talisman and some stuff like that. So I have a macabre skill chest. You're saying I can sell that? Technically, yes. Practically, no, because the amount of people that are willing to invest into that build is not that high. It's a niche build. Despite being an S tier build, it's a niche build because it takes a lot of time. Okay, so before we now go, I'll be right back. Quickly going upstairs, 2 minutes, and then we're doing a pit 115 chat. I'm so ready. Okay. Whose video was he watching? A dude is called King Pig. We do have the Bone Spirit build already there. Okay. Okay, now we need Elixir of Fortitude. And we need to make an Elixir of Anti-Venom. Good. Uno, dos. 60,000 life. And I wanted to do a 115. on the recording. Let's get this going. I gotta get better at my pull game because my pull game wasn't so strong last time, right? Of getting everyone like always together. I've been like not doing the max there. Also, like the way how you're like kind of stacked here does it. I really don't like the way how this is stacked here right now. Because he's like on the other side of the wall, and these are like on this side of the wall, and everyone is like kind of weirdly in the. This is really not a good. He's healing them. Yeah, you know what? Forget that. I'm not gonna waste my time on him like spending heals on the boys, because the priest actually can heal, right? In case you didn't know that. If you don't having them consistently under control. What for enchantments do we have here? Frost enchantment, okay. Are these 2 knights, or is it one of the bigger guys? No, it's just 2 knights. Okay, yeah, we can nuke him. I'm sure it was one of the other guys, right? And what you're plenty annoying dudes, that's for sure. Blight feels useless. It doesn't do a lot of damage. In order to have Blight do a lot of damage, you need to stack all damage. I know it's a bit weird. You're like, hey, but I'm playing Blight. I should be stacking damage over time. No. What you should stack is all damage, because all damage double dibs on. Wait, which opponents are these? Blight damage double dibs on damage over time. Wait, all damage double dibs on damage over time. So every affix counts twice as hard. It's actually really nice. Kind of stupid though, because if you don't know that, you're gonna be like an idiot. You're gonna be going for damage over time in a damage over time build, like an absolute stupid rafflecopter dinosaur. How could you, right? Almost like you don't care. Oh, these here get torn. Nice. Yeah, so just straight damage affix, exactly. So every damage over time build, if you go for straight damage affix and straight damage tempering instead of damage over time tempering, you're getting double. I don't know if that's a bug or intended at this point, so it is like it falls under it is what it is, so deal with it, right? Like you want to play damage over time, you just do that. Like no questions asked. This is just what you have to do, and just know. Essentially, just know that this is the way it is, and my stupid skeletons are not walking up to this right now. What am I doing here? Well, I'm just standing next to them and just like spamming the golem with a 0 cooldown like there's no tomorrow, right? I'm just resetting my cooldowns, and whenever it's kind of like in a grim situation, I go into my blood mist and be like, nah, don't hit me. I'm innocent. Now this is a slow one. This is a very slow one. We lost like a lot of time in the beginning. Am I stuck? I think my minions are all stuck there as well. They're literally like not coming further because they're stuck back there. Maybe the big guy is coming at some point. No, he's not coming out of his doorway. I was hoping to like pull everyone out of their doorway, but he kind of like I think he's stuck. Jan. But this is a very slow one. Oh, he has vampiric. Great. Hey, remember the Abattoir of Zir in the very beginning, Chad? When they put vampiric enemies in there? And you were like, you had him down to like 10% HP, and then he hit you with one single attack. Oh, great. We got the corpse dudes. Oh, this is somewhat bad because these corpse dudes, not only do they tend to explode, right? They tend to charge, but they also heal with the corpses below them. But they tend to like do these poisonous explosions in between. I kind of heard. Surprised you actually went down this quick. I feel like they nerfed them. Because I expected way more of a hassle here in this fight. Not gonna lie. Ginormous giga hassle I expected. There was the poison explosion I was talking about. It just randomly happens. And just eats your soul. Is there a bit many damage numbers? Yeah, sure. No, it is. It is what it is. That's just the damage going down. Okay, and now the last one. Go overboard. Thank you very much. You know what? It's not as slow as I thought it would be, but it's still slower than I wanted it to be. It's an okay conundrum. Oh, fire enchantment. And if I could keep him here at the door so his fire enchantment would essentially not reach me, that would be a pleasant experience. Oh, shit. I think we have him halfway down already. I don't see that. I'm like the green tinge of the map here right now, together with the poison of these dudes and my own explosions. I for the love of God, I cannot see when the shadow guy here, like the shadow enchanted dude, when he actually puts his shadow on the ground, I'm like, I don't see it. Okay, this should be enough to trigger the boss. Yeah, that was quick. Okay, that was slow. Let's see what we get. Oh, that's nice. She can be quite the challenge, but at the same time, she's also one of the more stationary bosses. So that's like a good one, right? Because she's actually going to stay on the corpses we have. We get the triple slammer. That's fine somewhat. Our first stagger's already through. That's nice. Okay, lads, it would be great instead of like chasing the ads if you just focus on the middle, you know? My boys were like, you know, we're not gonna focus here in the middle. Golem, do you just run away? I'm suffering a lack of corpse tendril size. Chat, they say size doesn't matter, but it does. Because if I had more corpse general size, I could pull things better together. Oh, that almost got me. Okay, our stagger is like on point. I like that.
I'm not ready yet.
So our stagger is definitely at an all-time high. That's good. It's funny how the ads are actually making us do less damage because we are essentially having our dudes just walk out and focus on killing the ads instead of having them like be in the middle where we would collateral damage them to death, right? Well, that almost killed me. Not sure how I actually survived that. Like that should have actually killed me. Yeah, I want you to like really pull these things better together. I need that from you because my dudes are all over the place right now. That's the first time we've had this issue in this fight. All right, we want to focus on the middle, and we're just gonna hit everyone together in the middle. Oh, yikes! Too slow, too fat, too furious. My single skeletons are just like busy on the other side of the room, just pummeling away at one single dude. Like just come here in the middle, dudes, and just do your middle fighting. Please. Okay, we're getting the stun snake. That's actually okay. But this fight is not going to be in. We were too slow through. Right? I mean, we can't kill her. That's not the point. But we can't kill her in the time limit. We literally need to pull all these lats together every single time fast enough. Oh, ow. I get almost torched there. Oh, wow, that's a lot of your pools of poop. And this time we pulled them all together. So it's like if we manage to pull them all together straight away, we're good. But if we don't, we're not good. Oops. Come on, pull them together. I ran through it again, Chad. I'm sorry. Didn't mean to. I feel like I'm getting way too often hit by this dude's like attacks because I'm like newbie boobing around currently. Minions, stop hitting the dude in the distance. Do I really have to like just focus on them quickly to get them down? So just to have everyone like do the DPS where they're supposed to do it? It seems like we have to, huh? Like lads, you get a job here. Like you have one job. We 50%ed her in the time frame. We need a bit more time here. We could definitely go faster through the dungeons, so that's an unarguable truth. So if we go faster through the dungeon, we have also more time during the boss fight. Surprise, who would have guessed? Okay, so that one is a fail in terms of doing it on time. Oh, Jesus. I wasn't sure if she's gonna kill me. Oh, so go on, we get it down. Probably need 6 to 8 minutes. Probably 8 minutes, right? Is the incense supposed to disappear if you die? I don't know because I don't use incenses. I don't know if they're supposed to go away when you die. Doesn't say anywhere.
On the morrow, traveler.
Back to it again. Let's see that we go quicker through now. I didn't need the Holy Bolt Elixier to somehow be part of Paragon, plus they need a button to attack target. What? Holy Bolt? What? When you have Harlequin, which aspect are you going to leave? You're not going to play Harlequin because Harlequin is bad for this build. Harlequin only boosts active skill. You do not have active skill in this build. Okay, so Harlequin boosts skills, like core skills, mastery skills, that kind of stuff. But they don't boost passives. And since your damage is mainly coming over passives, Harlequin is not doing anything for you. Surprisingly or unsurprisingly. Like literally nothing. Not a little bit something. Completely nothing. I'm not sure if I'm happy about the vampires or not, because they can be like somewhat squishy at times, right? But the problem is they fly away. All right, so the one dude is like charging, the other two vampires are like going into their bat form and then just going away. Sometimes the nuisance. Oh shit, really? It's a dead end? Come on now. People are buying gold at high level from gold farmers like in World of Warcraft. I mean, what does that high level mean? There is no high level. Are people buying gold to get themselves the most optimal items? Yes, but it makes no sense because, I mean, after this season, your things is gone. So there's not even an official leaderboard. There's currently only an unofficial leaderboard from Max Roll, and that's about it. So, like, buying yourself to the top, which definitely a lot of people have done. It's kind of like, you know, technically it doesn't make sense. I mean, practically though, it's probably good for content. So if you're content creating and if you really want to push high, I guess the easiest way to do that is invest some money into, like, buy yourself like 2-3 billion gold, which is like 20 bucks or so. It's not actually that expensive. You buy yourself 2-3 billion gold, and then you would be going into the trade chat, and then you trade for the items you need and get the cool shit together. And then you're able to push deeper into the pit, and then you're probably able to make cool YouTube videos, and that would make sense somewhat. And again, don't do that because it's against the TOS, and if you're doing it, you risk that your account gets banned. Right? So don't do that. But that's probably what's happening, yes. I mean, otherwise, I cannot explain how some people really have 3 greater affix items left, right, and center. Right? Because we all know how rare certain items are, and the amount of, like, you know, top accounts you essentially see with, like, the craziest of the crazy stuff. And like, sir, I'm not sure how you pulled that off, because it's like borderline impossible to pull that off, right? Maybe you just get lucky. Like, very lucky. 4 times in a row, 20 times in a row. Not judging. But again, it's a lot of the Eastern accounts too, and I guess you gotta understand that probably the Eastern mindset is a bit different, right? Kind of like whatever it takes, you're gonna get it done. Whatever it takes to get that last bit of advantage, right? You're gonna somehow get the advantage and be the very best. But the Eastern mindset, the Western mindset is a bit different. How does it feel without the Blood Cutters aspect? I mean, the Blood Cutters aspect needs you to be a bit more considerate with your potion use, essentially, because you're not having another, like, healing source. Oh, green. They have an, oh, shit. They have an umbrella. And they have, like, a bunch of spiders and an umbrella. And I need to walk under that. I'm going to take that 30-second dot and continue. Like, I don't think, like, you know, fire enchanted plus lightning enchanted plus him. It's gonna be so horrible because I gotta like stand close, right? Because I want the all my minions to get the Hellbang Commander, and I don't only have to be close. I technically have to be under the umbrella when it triggers to do my maximum damage, because otherwise we're not going to do maximum damage, right? Surprisingly, we actually killed them quick. Wow. I'm shook. I expected this to be way more grueling and annoying and shitty. That went surprisingly smooth. The only problem is that corpse bow at the distance, who's kind of like shooting inside of this here. Right? A corpse bow who's trying to kill us right now. But I hope like for my Army of the Dead to make like a good corpse there, that I can pull that in. Could you stop targeting me? There's a bunch of cool minions you could target instead. Leave me alone. Okay, let's try to... Yeah, we got him. Okay, we got him with all the spiders together. Stupid corpse bow. We got you. Oh, no. Another umbrella. But if I'm standing on the other side of this stone, right? I'm safe from the fire. Chat, is this tiny stone saving me from the fire? It is, right? I think we have bigger pulls yesterday. And right now I'm like focusing on a mop by mop basis, and I should essentially go for like bigger pulls. We can like pull two elite packs together. And this fight is like kind of comfortable because they're like these spider dudes, they don't pose a threat unless they explode, right? It's like, that's the comfortable thing about fighting like the spider carriers. Like they're only getting real annoying when they actually explode. Before that, it's just when they don't matter. Oh, am I safe? No, I'm not safe. I wasn't sure if I was like gonna be saved there or not. Okay, that skeleton. Is there a skeleton, dude? Somewhere in there? Is there a skeleton, dude, somewhere in there? Yeah, there is. I was taking like some damage that I didn't feel like I should be taking. I'm sure there was like somewhere in there a skeleton dude. Oh yeah, that's a good pack because they're kind of like stuck in the corner. Oh no, there's another corpse bow. Pull the corpse bow in before it lays axe. Fill it with fire. Are we faster or slower now? I think we're slower. Oh no, not him! God's been damned of all the dudes that could have come. I mean, the only advantage of this guy is that he's the lowest HP. He's the lowest HP dude. Right? There's no one essentially squishier than Dave. Dave is like giga squishy. And technically, from a who do you want to fight standpoint, you want to fight him. Thank you, Futzke, for your 74 months of subscriptions. Sorry if I missed anyone's, by the way, contribution, anyone's question when we're in the pit, when we're trying to. Oh God, there was a really good hit there. He just lost a chunky donkey of his HP, Chan. One problem we're going to be having to face though is he's going to be making tons of traps. And there's going to be so many traps that we're starting to have to run into them. This is the damage zone. This is the damage zone. I'm trying to like really stay in the same spot here often so he actually doesn't move away. And especially if you get if you get him like very close to the wall, the one dude stops mattering. I don't know if you've ever noticed this, but the guy that summons the bone thingies. Where did he go? He repositioned. This is a surprisingly quick push currently. Oh, this could have turned bad. I was almost certain I would die there. What I need to do is I need to take my potions. Because I feel like they're going to run out in a sec. And then I'm going to be stuck without a potion. You know what? This is good echoes right now. This does smell like we could be getting this going. I mean, there's like no random weird ass killer damage echoes, right? That I have a problem with dealing with, technically. Yes, sure, the Lilith pull echo is not optimal, but if I keep my... Like, right, if I keep my blood mist up... No! He lasered me in the back because I don't have a double dash. Okay, I got punished for no double dash boots. That went really good. So what we have to do is we have to exchange our boots. We have to exchange our boots. I didn't want to do this because the other ones only have a few warrior mastery. See, this is my... No, that wasn't the second boots. Where's the other boots from yesterday? Skeletal warrior mastery. Yep, you're the other boots. They're a bit worse for wear. They have one less rank in warrior mastery. But they have a triple dash. you ever figure out when the Skeleton Priest buffs you with the aspect also buffs the minions? Nope, it doesn't. Jacko, tried it. Triple dash boots go hard? Yes. Byronic, I do appreciate that a lot. And if you want to, like please do share your channel in private too, so I can look that up out of interest. Always fancy looking up fellow creators. Hello. Now my blood mist is like oh shit. My blood mist is like vastly slower, but having that triple dash is really a nice convenience. I mean, again, do you need the triple dash? No, you don't. No, you don't. You can get around without the triple dash. But the reality is that there are sometimes scenarios that like you would have survived if you had the triple dash, right? Mr. Dreadful Slicer, I don't want to die to your dreadful slicing. Thank you very much. Could you all please come with us? With us further. Thank you. It's kind of like the full way we want to be, right? Well, that's a dreadful poison slicer. Okay, nah. Really don't want someone that has knives full of poison just push into me. You'd be like, what's up? And they're getting absolutely plastered here right now, right? Getting the poison. There's just too much poison going on. Am I actually looking much at the game? No, I'm mostly looking at my skill bars. Mostly just really looking at the skill bars and just seeing what my skills are doing. Making sure to summon enough skeletons always. The one poison dude just walked up and now he's unable to come down, and that's why we're just killing his friends but not him. Do we even want to bother with one guy? Because that's the thing, right? Killing that dude would be like one guy. Is that even worth it? One is going relatively fast. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. That's bad. Yep. What we're talking about, like we want to have like a bunch of dudes like coming again, right? So you can just spam your golem in there. That frost explosion almost had me, and the only reason it didn't have me is because 60,000 HP, right? Either these opponents are way more convenient or we are a little bit faster here. I think it's like opponents being more convenient and the level design being just better for us. Okay, this was the weirdest pull together. Like no one was essentially attacking anyone, right? They were just standing around. My minions were just standing around. Everyone was just standing around there. That was so weird. It's like, you're gonna do the first one? Ha ha ha, you're gonna attack first? You're gonna attack first? Ha ha ha. Nah, bruh. I'm not attacking first. Oh, channeling shrine, that's good. Okay, we get wolves together with demons. That is partially good. We just gotta look out that the bell rock, I think it's called a bell rock, right? That it doesn't like have us with this fire breath, because that can kind of like wipe you out, right? Let's see if there's, yep, please come here. Please come here. You kind of want these wolfins together with everyone else. Yep, please, everyone big bad werewolf. Please meet in the middle. Don't want to play around. Thank you very much. Appreciate your effort. Now we're not going deeper. We could go through the middle. I think going through the middle now might be smart. Because we pull this, we pull that too, and we pull that too. Did we get all of them? Trigger it. Try to get them all in the middle. Now I kind of like try to get everyone in the middle because then like my damage is doing the most possible. Okay, that's shadow, darkness. He has a shadow clone. Okay, I gotta look out for that. I'm not in the frost. I'm not in the frost. They get destroyed. Perfection. That's another big pull. Big pull. Love it. Yeah, come here, pull. And honestly, now I'm not even afraid of the sharpshooter anymore after like our last fight because the sharpshooter went so good. So it went like really good. Also, look how much difference it makes with the right enemies. We're currently 8 minutes in instead of like being 5 minutes. So that's oh shit! I almost just ran in there. I made a big doopsie oopsie badoopsie. That's a lot of poison. Can we just kind of like pull them out so I can work from back here? Because right now I don't see squad, and I'm kind of like I can't actually get like much closer because there's so much poison on the ground. Right there was so much poison on the ground. I couldn't like step closer into the enemies. I'm not sure if that is smart here going. The thing is, I need to stand a little bit closer to my dudes to get them here. This is as close as I have to stand to the golem. So the golem actually gets the commander, Hellbound commander. If I'm not standing close enough, he's ain't getting Hellbound commander. He's missing out on a huge chunka-dunka of damage. Oh, that should be enough, shouldn't it? Come on. Let this be enough. We got this. Yes, let's go. Okay, that was quick. 7:30 left. Slither. Slither's a intriguing middle ground. Like has the ads, right? But the ads are always around, so the ads are going to be like compressed in the middle. Not that my minions this time are going to go around, be like annoying. Slither just fell over. Slither just fell over. How unfortunate for him, her, it, him, her. I always thought that Slither was a her. Oh, that was bad. And I really want that lantern from up there. Thank you very much. I really dislike like the triple hitter on the ground because he like forces me to travel so much around. And I sometimes don't see him when he's stuck in Big Mommy. Gotta focus. Yes, I lean forward, chat. This means business. We're losing a little bit too much HP here in the phases from the damage, right? Which oh, the double wind girl. No. We already get the bat lightning and you're we already get the bat lightning and you're giving me the double wind girl. Well, that's it. We got her down in what was that? In 3 minutes by the bar. I think we might be lacking a bit more damage, right? You tested aspect of reanimation, but it seems to not be working. It's working. Yeah, there was enough time left to do it another try there. That was obvious. What's the best Necro build in PvP? Shadow damage over time. Feels like the 115. We're lacking, chat. We're lacking. You've been noticing one of your glyphs have been missing. I'm not a smart man. Don't worry, we had the same problem yesterday too. So you're definitely a smart man, but things happen. Right? It's not your first rodeo. Oh, I just like Fire Enchanted first. Probably my most hated thing that could happen. That is a ginormous mop pack that I got there in the middle, and I'm essentially just one little bibbity boop away from always dying, right? Like just one dude deciding that he wants to swing his weapon like a little bit too far, and I'm just going get blown over. Jeez, stupid goat people. I'm just scared of like the big goats because they can like one hit you, right? Oh, that's another one with like goddamn poison and frost enchanted and everything again. Lads. Not with me. When actually just definitely steamrolled them. What's up? And vampires too. Goats and vampires. And like, I don't know. See, someone asked me what minions do I hate the most? Everything. Just literally everything. Not a single minion you're happy seeing in the pit. It's just like, you know, screw you, and you know what? Especially screw you, and then like every single thing you stand for. Could you just eradicate him? Thank you very much. Come here. Let's see if we can like keep them in their tiny base here of operation. Just absolutely stuck. Dude, he's being... oh, Jesus. That tore me down. Stupid, swingy, ginormous goat people. But damn, we tore him. Please come out of here. Please come out of there. Everyone, please meet in the middle. I mean, we're definitely doing better from a pulling standpoint, right? We're also getting like some better mutations here currently. But I feel like we have improved our pulling game of getting things together. Of killing like the tiny mobs just as is. Okay. You're able to get more tendril size. I am technically able to get more tendril size, but that only matters in certain mutations, right? In certain layouts, because like this layout here right now, the tendril size is perfect, and I'm currently running a bit of a nice, funny stagger experiment, which is actually working very well. That prevents me from taking more tendril size. I guess the main problem just simply being I am out of tempers on my chest. That would essentially be... nah, that one is going to come with me. Oh shit, it's not gonna come with me. Okay, screw it. Not gonna bother. See, for this level, tendril size definitely matters. Because these opponents, like here, it just gets annoying if you don't have tendril size often. Gotta look out that the guy with the big hitting pole doesn't do his slam attack. This is like the most annoying one because he can do his slam attack, right? And his slam attack will one-hit me. But if I don't stand close, then I'm doing vastly less damage. So do I take the risk of potentially getting one hit versus doing less damage? The answer is yes. Yes, I do. More damage is king, always. Number one thing we're writing on the list. Hellbent Commander rework, chat. Okay. Come on, kill him. Kill him. Playing like a Mario mini game of like avoid the fire pylon on the ground, right? Done. Oh, that's it. It's a dud. Okay, come. Follow me. Oh no, he's gonna one-hit me. I'm actually not sure if I would survive with 60k. I don't think I would. So 730 was the fastest right now, Chan. That we've done in terms of to the boss. So we pulled everyone and their mom together here. Yeah, could you please pull the damage reducer also in? That's where you're then like feeling the lack of corpse tendril size when you're like waiting for them to like pull the damage reduction guy close. They refuse to do that. Which is it? It's an Inquisitor together with... Should be fine. Yeah, that's slightly slower to boss now. Well, that's Bramble. Bramble is the beefiest of them all, right? He's technically the easiest one to kill because, like, the only thing he does is, like, some physical hits. Even though, for some reason, Bramble tends to focus the player. Right? But technically, Jesus. Technically the easiest, even though he tends to focus the player. Let's mark of these 30 seconds just to see how much we do. My tendril size is currently at 60%, which is fine enough. Again, I simply don't have more temperings to... Like, I don't have temperings left over to do anything for the tendril size. Oh god, I'm almost died to that thingy again. Why am I so blind to it? Sir, could you please stop hitting me? Oh, there's like goddamn hater. Try to poop on me again. Okay, that's that's a combination we can live with. Jesus Christ. Got hit by both at the same time. Right? By Bramble and the Echo. And they kind of chunked me. Lats are forcing me to reposition. Uncool. We need to get out of this corner. Because right now, Bramble is in that corner, and the minions are in that corner, and like everyone in that corner. But if I stay in that corner, I just die. But because I just simply need to get out of here. Like if they could just all come out of that corner, that would be great. But I can't like. Can I make him? Wow. That's the first time I had to do this, right? Because I could just simply not fight in that corner. I mean, how was that going to happen? Aha, I'm hidden behind him here. What's the worst thing that could happen, Chan? As long as he doesn't like overdo his poison poop again on me, kind of good. I maneuvered myself in a very shitty position there. This might go bad. I took a hit that I shouldn't have taken. Hey, do my minions have him like perfectly knocked into the corner? I feel like he can't just leave here anymore. clutch. There's a lot of poison on the ground. Oh, shit. Oh, I think we had that almost, right? Whew. Fun try. I mean, for Bramble, right? Now I need all new gear for the Blight King Blood Wave. Yes. Yes. I mean, I figured that out with the damage also very late, so I'm sorry for just telling you this now, that there is this discrepancy happening. So it seems everything seems wholly possible, right? Without like trying to hit even crazier masterworks. I kind of like that. Okay, let's see if we can go faster to the boss. I mean, again, the fastest has been 7:30. So that's the one we're aiming for. Good. Come with me. That's a shadow, a wind blaster, but that's it, right? Get them all together. So they're all actually like coming from all around the corner, right? Because this is like such an easy one when they're all like moving in. Oh, this is bad. I don't have. Okay, I didn't have my blood mist, right? Get absolutely shredded, nerds. Perfect. Let those cooldowns melt away. I mean, that's the A and O of this build, right? That you get your cooldowns under control. Oh, jeez, that was bad. We're just having like such a nice flow. Technically, it's an instant reset here. But I feel like this is such a good start that I kind of want to like still push in. Right? I mean, it's a stinker that we managed to get ourselves lasered here from like too many poison spits from the side and whatsoever. Something is heavily poisoning, and I don't know what is heavily poisoning here. There's a poison enchanted. Okay. I was just wondering, like, what is like hitting me there so hard with a poison, right? That I just lose all my HP straight away. Like, seriously, lady, could you stop, refrain from doing that? Okay, we got our den. Nice. Too easy to kill. Like, it's only one pack, right? But they're just like so easy to take out. It'd be stupid to not do it. Oh, big pack from the get-go. Like to see it. That's also a poison one. Gotta be careful here. I mean, it's lightning throws, so they're like okay, you can avoid that, right? But the poison ones. That's a plague bearer, actually. Isn't the plague bearer the one that explodes? Yeah. Isn't the plague bearer the one that explodes? That scythe with a life on kill there saved my booty hole. 11 kill actually often quite the lifesaver. Dead, dead, dead. Wow, they 3 just get absolutely destroyed. This is looking like again, see, like we're doing just such a nice clear despite dying and losing 30 seconds. Don't bewitch it, pony, by dying another time. I'm just saying, I'm very happy. Oh wow, the ice one just vanished. Look at that. Seems like we could pull in 8 minutes to boss. Yeah, it's nice. That was almost death again. Is this enough to already get to the boss? Nah, we need one more in the attack. Oh, 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 oh. Not even clutch. It was all calculated. Right? Very, very calculated. I'm gonna kill one. Yeah, I want to say 8 minutes. Okay, like that. Whew. And Chief Marauder. This is gonna be an interesting fight because technically the Chief Marauder has the lowest damage output. I tested him. He could hit me 6 times before I died. But we got the dude again with the... Oh, I hate that guy. Can we not get rid of him? I have a new profound hatred for that boss Echo dude. For sure. Because I seem to be like blind to his attacks, right? Yeah, I'm like my brain just ignores his existence. Let's still give it a try, man. We have 6 minutes left. Could be enough. Gotta pay special attention to not have this happen to us. Okay, chat. It's like I'm just losing him inside all of the shit I do. Okay, leaning forward. He just spawns inside the boss and then ow, I'm being hunted down and then I die. You chunk there a nice little portion of HP down. And losing that 60 seconds here on the boss was definitely not what we had on the agenda, right? Oh no, not him and that. Oh, these are 2 very annoying dudes. And these are like 2 area denial dudes in a row, right? Oh, seriously? 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 I was out. Okay, that was good. If you have Hellbent Commander on Amulet, the build is way easier to make than Bash Barb. I have seen the Bash Barb temperings and they're kind of intense, right? That's a crazy thing, like to really get the Bash Barb thing done. Are you a rogue player? We do have a very good rogue build, yes, which is absolutely fantastic for pit tormented bosses and everything. But I'm mostly focused on Necro. This season, though, I do definitely do more rogue content as well. This rogue is kind of cute. You know, not gonna lie, rogue kind of cute this season. Cannot deny how good it is. And how much fun, especially. That's quite something. Lazy Mancer is for not for pit, it's for farming the Helltide. When you can make the perfect Helltide farming Lazy Mancer that can essentially stand AFK on the Helltide lady, so you don't have to move. The Ring of Sacrilegious Souls and everything. But don't expect to make a Lazy Mancer that actually does good in the pit. The pit is a rather active thingy that you have to engage with, right? Would also be silly expecting to build a half AFK build for endgame content. That would not be speaking very well for the endgame content, right? Might actually be time to put Inner Calm back on. Jeez. So I'm like literally half AFK. At least in standing position, right? Okay, we're gonna kill him. Oh, I need to go through these. I wanted to go out on the other side, but you know what? It's better to go out on this side and just pull everything in together. Stand outside of the poison so we don't get poisoned. Stand outside of the poison so we don't get poisoned, but try to trigger your golem again close to you. You can kind of like command him a little bit. This is the distance you need to stand. Hellbent Commander activated. I don't know if we're fast or slow at this point. I wasn't sure if I wanted to trigger another Army of the Dead, but you know what? For getting this dude quickly, yeetus deletus. Oh no, he came away alive. Why is this version better than the Bone Storm one? Well, the Bone Storm one is safer, but does less damage because you're essentially having Bone Storm, and Bone Storm does less damage than Army of the Dead. That's just a fact, not an opinion. End of the day, you're essentially trading damage for safety when you're playing Bone Storm. That's completely okay if you need the safety. Well, I don't know how I survived that. If you need the safety, right? I mean, as you see, like I'm playing, like I'm living on the limit here. But you kind of need to do that if you want to have the most damage of out the build can do. Ein bisschen noch. Warum? Everything together. If I can get this whole room with the lethal shrine, that's really nice. Come on, lethal shrine. Destroy them all. The lethal shrine should also show you the importance of critical strike chance in this build, because with a constant critical strike chance, all your golem hits are essentially critting. And that's where you're then seeing like a huge spike in damage. That is like 3 of these weird ass explosions stacked on top of each other. Really didn't like to see that. Does casting Ray Skeleton count as consuming a corpse? Yes, and that's what you're continuously doing. You're consuming corpses to get the flesh eater node. So your main job is actually just spam golem and consume corpses, right? You're literally holding down your one button. In between, you can blood mist to trigger like at least 1 or 2 corpse explosions to have like a little bit of the darkness damage stack to enhance the damage of your mages. That's essentially what's happening. You're getting more mage damage. Go left side this time. Last time we went right side. If left side is better. Oh, yep, and that was almost me dying. Let's say your right side is better. That was almost me dying. That is 2 fire enchanted ones. That is horrible. That's the reason I'm standing up here, not down there, inside these nerds. Now finish him. Thank you very much. Go past. Now this time we're slower. Last time we were way faster, or the opponents were more convenient. Who knows, right? I am standing in poison. I am standing in an umbrella, in poison, in everything. This is shit. This is shit because I don't like the opponents that we have here gathered up. We got that, perfect. Come with me. Here. Oh. Nope. 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 Biggity nope. 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 Nibbity nope. Oh, this was like so much slower than the other one. And in the other one we actually died twice, right? Just shows how much different like the enemy type again makes. Well, maybe we're getting a good boss. Who knows? Whew. Seething Hive Master. Torn on this one, because he has like this pushback, right? That can create very annoying scenarios. While he himself isn't like the most dangerous one, because you can essentially just stand in front of him, right? He doesn't really do much damage to you. That Elias is an easy one to avoid, so I guess that's lucky me. Actually, I gotta look out that the Elias essentially doesn't cast on me. I'm not sure how the Elias fireball hit me through everything there, like me standing behind all my minions, right? And fireball's like, how about I just hit you? And you're just like, yeah, how about you don't do that? Thank you very much. Oh no, that's her. That's bad. Ugh. We should be okay. Come on. We got this. That combination, like her and the Elias and his pushback, it can lead to a very unlucky scenario where you're essentially like just about, like, you know, you're just about to make your stab to essentially avoid her damage. But in the moment where you're about to jump to avoid her damage, like he would decide to push everyone back and you're suddenly landing face first into her casting. Why am I talking like that has happened before? Because it has happened before, okay? Not my first rodeo, partner. I feel like we're on a good damage spree here currently, though. The poor lats are dying a little bit too much in between. You get him down to 15. Okay, that's the jumpy one. I mean, the jumpy one is the most okay thing here right now because we can just outwalk that, right? Okay, boss echo wise, this is fine. No, I just need to play good, huh? The biggest problem. Now I just need to play good. Not like a bot. Yeah, there's a perfect rotation here, actually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That was bad because I actually used my blood mist there. Yeah. Let's get out before the unfortunate happens that we talked about. Right? Get another stun going. Come on, give me that stun. This might be rough. Yep. That was the situation I talked about earlier. That what if everything happens together at the same time? I'm trying to like beast out as much damage as I can. Clutch. If we were faster through the minions, we had that one. right? Oh, that one might be... Oh, wow. That could have been unfortunate times 10. Those two, like, those last calls were all a big clutch. Whew. If we went faster through, I think we had it, right? That's nice. GG. I like it. I mean, now I should just masterwork my 2 rings done, because that would give me like the next DPS that we're essentially missing, right? To just boost it a bit further, because another, like, what? We're getting another 4% attack speed bonus. So that should be gotten. That needs to be higher. Yeah, you know what? I'm happy with my goal. I mean, I wanted to clear out 114, right? If I now get my rings fully up, that's going to be making me faster. And again, we haven't like actually hit a single attack speed roll, which is kind of sad, correct? If I could use my other boots, that would be nice. We get them faster. That's more DPS as well. And this one is more DPS too. Yeah, we're happy. Why a 200 weapon and not a main and offense? So you see the damage here of the golem, right? The 53,257. The max damage of the 53,257 that he does for his ability gets calculated by your weapon damage. See, if I put the weapon off, then he's not doing anything, right? And if I now put on a one-handed weapon, which is obviously not masterwork, gonna focus, then you have just less damage. So you are taking this to essentially have a higher damage ceiling to do more damage total. And this actually counts for all the minions. So for the golem ability, it's there, but it counts for all your minions. So the minions base damage is essentially this minions base damage weapon. And that minions base damage weapon gets then multiplied up by the warrior life bonus, the damage with mages, damage with warriors, damage with minions, damage with summoning. So that gets then multiplied up, right?
I cannot do that here.
Kind of. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. I wish I could go on. I wish I could do more, but my family is asking for me if I would like to join them for evening food, dinner. Evening food. Yeah, so evening food. I'll be back tomorrow, same time, same place. We're probably going to play Rogue tomorrow. So if you want to see more Rogue stuff, we're probably going to go over to that, because I've been like playing now Necromancer for too long, and I really need a little Necromancer break. So we might be roguing around a little bit, and then I'll be back to Necro in the next days as well. So have a great, good one. Have an eye out on YouTube for more videos, and this VOD is also going live. So, bye. Love you all.